Hello and welcome. I forgot to put TPK Tuesday in the title, and I just realized that. It's TPK Tuesday. Hello, everybody. Hello, Joseph, Electric, Whimsiest, Prostar, Fluffy, Zebus, Ruffian, Psych, Yakido. Hello, Sinju, Varus, Skullthrone, Job. Hello, Seth, Nick, Lurker. Hello, Mudkip. Hello, Blood. Lore. Silent Petey. Hello. ProStar, thank you very much for, I almost said 93, 39 months. Equally as impressive. Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate that. With your Prime Gaming, no less. Yakido, thank you very much for 18 months. A very, a bear shake to you as well, good sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mudkip, thank you very much for 15 months of your Prime Gaming. Currently on a 14-month streak. Thank you, brother. God damn, over a year of Prime Gaming. Thank you very much. Blood, thank you very much for 37 months. Very kind of you. Thank you very much, you mosquitoes in a trench coat. Very kind of you. The Whimsiest, thank you very much for 7 months. A fine day for a stream. A fine day indeed. We're going to be doing some path brewing, as it were. And you may ask, what is that word? Well, it's very clever. I didn't come up with it. It's going to be us homebrewing some Pathfinder 2nd edition. Lore! Thank you very much for, oh god, 5 gifted subs to the community. That's very kind of you, brother. Thank you for your insane generosity. As you always seem to do, you freak. But thank you. We're going to be going over a couple things today. I'll probably add TPK Tuesday into the post naming when I transfer it over to YouTube. I can do it right now. There we go. No, I definitely didn't come up with the name. I think it was Lore that came up with the name, or it was one of the other chatters that basically put like Path Brewing at the end of the stream on Sunday. And I went, oh, that's a great name. So that's what we're doing. We are Path Brewing today. Me swap this over. Excellent. Swap this over. Move this back. And hop in here. And now we should be good to go. I also need to open my Obsidian. Obsidian real quick. A wamp. Excellent. Very good. Just because I have a tag in my Obsidian that's for homebrew. So we're getting that all figured out. All right. So let me go to the GM screen. Game mechanic. Not that one. Yeah, not that one either. I guess it'll go here, won't it? No, that's world lore. Player information. I guess we're just gonna make a new one. Called Home or Path Brewing Aegis. Excellent. Oh. Give me a second. Huh. All right. So, systems we want to make. Systems to make. So, right off the bat, press. Death's Door. Better. Oh, it was an advert? Ah, that's unfortunate. Consumables, thank you. Better consumables. Jumping, question mark? Although I imagine there's probably a jumping system out there that's simplified jumping for Pathfinder. Leaps and bounds. Oh, shit. Oh, hell yeah. Jumping in Pathfinder is easy. Brother, we had like a fucking dissertation on jumping in the middle of the game. Sizzle described it best. Sizzle was like, it felt like a team huddle. Like the DM screen went down, the books went down, and then everybody walked together into a circle and went, okay, how the fuck do we jump? Going upwards in Pathfinder, climbing or jumping is hard. That was, I can't tell if you're taking the piss or not, but yes, we did have a moment where we went, ooh, why is it DC 30 at level 2? Why is that a thing? Dom Nova, thank you very much for your 3 months of Prime Gaming. Hello to you too. Currently on a 3-month streak. Hell yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, stress, death's doors, better consumables. I'll elaborate. Health potions. Persistent damage. Cures. Creatures, true. True. Some creatures. Morlings. Stained. Yeah. Climbing is realistically a bad thing during combat. Should be avoided. I mean, yes. So I did immediately realize why the beginner box has so many like obstacles, because you should not really theoretically be climbing in the middle of combat. Like you should only really do it if you have skills that allow you to do it. Like a kobold who can climb with their tail so their hands are free. Like, that's really the only person who should be climbing. But it's a learning lesson, right? I attempted to explain to them, hey, Gandrid Pyrofury has basically stacked the odds against you. He has basically, like, chosen the most optimal battleground that he can to fight you in. To basically funnel you into one spot, unless you try to circumnavigate that and expose yourself. Because climbing, while you're climbing, if you don't have certain feats, you're off guard, which means that's a -2 to your armor class, and that's an easier time for the bad guy to crit you. took it well, though? I agree. Would NPCs count? Or is that a separate system altogether? I generally make that. I generally would put that under here. I would put monster creation. Were there any homebrew classes? I don't have any homebrew class stuff. What I do is I give out extra abilities and stuff. So that's no different than me just going, hey, because you did this, you get this boon gives you a +2 circumstance bonus when you're doing recall knowledge. Or this boon gives you a +1 to your wisdom. It's no different than what I would do in 5th edition. I just now have an easier time translating that over into a boon. And now that I know how to make them, like what we did with the boon of Gwendolyn and all that stuff, being able to give out boons like this, way easier. Way easier. Fought an enemy that got into a 30-foot roof. Yeah, I imagine creatures that can teleport and use height to their advantage. That's a wicked fight. For a bad guy to go, I'm suddenly now out of reach. And now we're playing tower defense. Now you need to get up to me while I'm fucking blasting you with spells. Oh, when they get to, oh, hell yeah. I'm imagining the party setting up a trap for like a monster. And now the monster has to spend 3 turns basically climbing up to get to them. Oh, dude, that's got to be so fucking rewarding as a player. Holy shit. To basically end the combat and be like unscathed. Yeah, when we fought the Zulgoths. Yeah, 100%. I think my favorite thing in Pathfinder I'm looking at right now is the existence of imprecise and precise senses. True. Dude, the imprecise, like, Rin, who's the sanctioned witch in Astari, she has soul sight. She has precise soul sight out to 30 feet. She can see your fucking soul. It's so cool.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Mr. Bossman.
Hold on. I agree, Demi, but I think if you're in that situation where you're planning for it, you've already recalled knowledge, you've already done all the studying and stuff. So that way, you know if that creature is going to be able to fly or not. And even then, you could probably bola them or restrain them, you know, do whatever type of spell you could do. Hopefully like your cleric or druid or something took it and basically knock them back. And now that they're falling 30, 40 feet, it's every 5 feet that you fall, that's damage you have to take. So you could potentially just explode a creature because they're like, I'll skip your trap. And they're like, that's exactly what we were planning for. Knock prone, fall 50 feet, explode on the ground. All right, go on, Legion.
I was gonna ask something about stress.
Okay. Understand, we haven't made the stress system yet.
No, that's the thing. That's why I'm asking it now. While there's no, since we're moving to Pathfinder, right? We're basically reworking the stress you did for 5th edition to Pathfinder, right?
Correct.
So, okay, so everybody has a baseline level of like stress, right? Like stress threshold.
Yes.
So
everybody
stress...
has a stress threshold of 10.
Okay. Will there be like moving forward, right? Because I forget how you incur stress in the old games in 5th edition. Is there in Pathfinder now? Can you do attacks that's targeting stress specifically? Like,
So,
okay, I'm gonna do this attack, and I want to hit their stress so that
so you
they
gotta
suffer,
remember,
mental.
only players have stress.
Oh.
Bad guys do not have stress. Bad guys cause stress.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
So you're saying, right? You can't. Okay, never mind. I think I'll paint myself in a different light again if I continue with this line of question.
What's up, man? No, you wanna wield that knife next to your name a little bit more?
No, no, no. I'm good.
You can upgrade that to
I
the
forgot.
dagger emoji if you're really clever enough.
I forgot. I forgot the part where only enemies can cause stress to players because I was like, oh, what if you just want to target their stress? You know, the enemy stress. You want to make them rout or lose hope.
So you can. I mean, we've seen that already. When I play smart bad guys, creatures that have like above average intelligence or even average intelligence, if they see a losing battle, they'll run. And all it took was one Herngar to fall in the top floor for the other two to be like, let's get the fuck out of here. There's 5 of them, 3 of us. We just lost. Like, we need to get out of here to regroup. That's how I run my bad guys.
Yeah, because that's how I was thinking. Like, this made my brain make think more, especially since the party's facing the Hyungar, right? And the whole, okay, we're gonna surrender. Like, is there like, some form of thing that players can do to basically force a surrender from enemies that usually wouldn't surrender? So I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, maybe.
So one thing that I would let them do, depending on the creature, because I would need to do that on my end. Basically, determine will these guys run. I would if the players I would set it up as like a condition. If the players demoralized creatures and got them to like frighten 2 or whatever, those creatures would surrender, type deal. That's basically what I would do.
Because you mentioned something about like intellectual enemies, right? Like those who have a higher int or wisdom, they might run away, right, or surrender.
Correct.
But is there like a specific one wherein you're like, okay, they're not that smart, like they're like a primal feral creature, right? But can you like demoralize them to the effect that they'll just like like when a dog, no, not run off, like you override the desire for them to run off and basically like, okay, I'm in the presence of like a bigger monster, so they're like gonna cower instead. Like they'll stay in place and like basically, like when dogs, right? When dogs like usually go on a fight, like one dog is just like,
oh, they'll show you their belly.
yeah, they'll duck their heads and like, oh, I'm done, chief. Like they wouldn't run away.
I feel like I feel like you're sort of fucking with a creature's fight or flight. I mean, fear in Pathfinder doesn't force the creature to run away. It just it incurs a bunch of penalties on them. I would say if the player like knocked a creature prone, or like if they were like frightened and then knocked them prone or something like that, then maybe you could scare them into like stopping the fight. Is that what you're asking for, to stop the fight? The fleeing condition? I don't remember the fleeing condition. I think you get that from a tincture, don't you? Oh, I did not mean to do that. They all popped in. Oh my god, it's like a little car. Look at that. Oh my god. It's like a little car. Oh, let's grab a token. Fleeing. Oh, fleeing. Okay. You're forced to run away due to fear or some such other compulsion. On your turn, you must spend each of your actions trying to escape the source of the fleeing condition as expediently as possible, such as using more actions to flee or opening doors barring your escape. The source is usually the effect or creature that gives you the condition, though some effects might define something else as the source. You can't delay or ready while fleeing. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. All right. Let me read Frightened then. I think Frightened's just like a bunch of penalties, right? You're gripped by fear and struggle to control your nerves. The frightened condition always includes a value. Take a status penalty equal to this value to all your checks and DCs, unless specified otherwise. At each end of your turns, the value of the right. Okay, so it's a lessened version of fleeing. Fleeing's like true fear. Frightened's like you're rattled. Okay. I listen to a lot of D&D games and work, and hearing you and Brett's game has me interested in your games. Where would be a good starting place? Oh, that's very kind of you, brother. I would recommend. So there are two ways that you could start. You could either watch the most recent game, which is Chaos and Kalador. That's our Pathfinder 2nd Edition beginner box. Or you could go and watch our 5th edition game called Shadows of Thorlin. They're both on the YouTube. You'll note Shadows of Thorlin has like the white tree. Chaos and Kalador is like bright red. So they're very easy to find. They're also in their own playlists. Shadows of Thorlin is up to episode 25 right now, and we went on break to begin the Pathfinder game. So we reached a good stopping point in the SOT game and started CIC. SOT is the longer running game. It's a sandbox through Tyros. You get introduced to characters that are all from the same setting. They're from the same town. They're childhood friends, and then they're beginning their adventures together as wayfarers. And the first episode has them introduced to someone who's been missing. So lots of fun there. They're already little localized heroes and stuff. I will say though, depending on how the beginner box goes, we might be moving that game into Shadows of Thor, or we might be moving Pathfinder over into Shadows of Thorlin. So those characters might be reimagined. So if we move them over, like the character Oliver might not be the class that he is. Instead, he'll be a different class. And yes, Nick, sorry. Rin Stardreamer is the sanctioned witch of Istari, which is the town that our adventure is taking place in. So this is Istari. This is a tourist town. It's also known as a hub for wayfarers, which are what adventurers are called in Tyros. The party hasn't really gone beyond here, which is the Bear's Pub. So this is where a lot of our adventure has been taking place, is beneath this place. And Rin is the sanctioned witch. She has been approved by the local Yalderman, as well as approved by the Collegium of Illendor as a caster. So she is sanctioned to cast spells and use the current. Basically, imagine if a witch went and got her doctorate. That's basically what it is. That sounds like a cool remixing of character. Hell yeah. So that's how you want, like, the big thing that people tell you when you're transitioning from editions is that you never want to try and make it one for one. You'll end up hating it, basically. But if you reimagine the character, in a new light with a different class, you'll have a much more enjoyable time. The current idea, however, level 1 cleric, I'll let you know, is at the end of the beginner box, which will probably be the next time we play, I'm going to ask the players, hey, do we want to continue playing this game, Chaos and Kalador? Because Chaos and Kalador is an AP. It's an adventure path that yours truly has created with the help of the community. Or do we want to go back to SOT? And if we're going back to SOT, do we want to go back to 5th edition, or do we want to stay with Pathfinder? I personally would like to stay with Pathfinder because I've been playing 5th edition since 2016. I've run a ton of 5th edition games, and currently the 5th edition module for Foundry is more cumbersome than it's worth. It is a pain in the ass to actually use. It's not intuitive anymore. Despite having thousands of hours in this program that's Foundry, I feel like I'm brand new to it, and it makes creating things in it a pain in the ass, as Brett can attest to. So I intend on hopefully moving over to Pathfinder for all of my games, because Pathfinder has everything that I want. Baseline, at least. Of course, I, being the freak that I am, love homebrew. So I like homebrewing stuff. So it's no surprise, no matter what system you put me in, I'm going to homebrew it, regardless if it's perfect or not. That's just how I am. It's I'm a psychopath. It's as simple as that. I think the players are starting to like Pathfinder. It's easier to understand and play with. I think so as well. Not only that, I was talking with Necro and Sizzle the other night after the game, and they were talking about how much they like Pathfinder and how much like Sizzle likes spellcasters in Pathfinder. Because usually it's the inverse is sort of what happens. In 5th edition, marshals take their turns very quick. Spellcasters have to read through a fucking thesis of a spell and consider their options, look at all their spells, all this stuff. Spellcasting in Pathfinder is very quick. It's 2 actions, 3 actions if you want to upcast it or stuff like that. Your turns go by very fast. And you have a good time, but it's marshals who have to consider what their 3 actions are going to be used for. So it makes marshals play a little bit more tactically. Instead of I run up to the creature, I attack. Instead, now you have creatures that are moving around. Not every creature has opportunity attack, which means you're more able to move around the battlefield. You're able to control the battlefield, but you need to play tactically, which is how I run my games. I play the creatures like I'm playing a war game. And that's why I let the players communicate above the table. Like, hey, what do we do? Do we do this or do we do this? Because this guy's going to do this. I just finished Into the Shadows Reach Season 2 today. You are sick? Thanks, dog. Any plans to homebrew runes for weapons? Hell yes. Absolutely. Ask about homebrew runes, because I personally adore the idea of keeping the same weapon throughout your whole game and just upgrading it with some... Oh, yeah. I personally like players swapping out weapons. Just because I think it's very quintessential fantasy. It's very quintessential fantasy where a person gets a brand new, like, they find a great axe. And the fighter goes, oh shit, and they sheath their longsword and they pick up the great axe. And I'm like, hey, this great axe is like a +2, and it's called Wound. It's a black iron great axe, and when you cut people with it, when you land critical hits, it leaves behind this festering wound on their body. So people go, oh shit. And then they reasonably take that and they hold off on using their longsword for a while. That's what I enjoy. I enjoy giving you rewards and it causing you to change up your playstyle. Would best represent Formir. Use themes done. Oh, what would best represent Formir? Honestly, I think Formir's type of instruments.
The maracas.
No. What the no. I could
triangle.
I could see a lot of brass for dwarves.
Also, wait, why that kind of no to maracas? What's wrong?
Maracas wouldn't fit Formir.
How about castanets?
I don't know what that is.
I think they're just maracas. But
Motherfucker. I think maybe.
Classic Legion with his line of questioning until he gets what he wants.
I think Brass would fit him personally. Yes, the lore, I did post it. I will say, for those of you that are interested in it, it is the highest tier on the Patreon because that's where I put the Death Door mechanics as well. It is the tier where I said I would be handing out all of my homebrew. Although maybe after enough time, I'll post them for everybody. I haven't really figured out how really to do Patreons. I'll probably talk to Brett and figure out what's the best way to do it.
Hey, boss man.
Hmm.
Do you know that silly cartoon about the barbarian on YouTube?
Silly cartoon about the barbarian.
On YouTube, like chaotic good barbarian who fights like
Oh,
liches. That
why?
guy?
Of course you would like the guy who's like, I'm gonna wear your skull as a codpiece for the rest of my life.
Okay, not that
Of
part.
course you would like that guy.
Well, no.
No?
Do you know that one episode with the paladin?
I think I've only seen the Lich one.
I'll show you I'll send the one with the paladin. 1 second.
Yeah, I was thinking, Rabbit, I was thinking, is it Rablet or Rabbit? I need to squint really hard to read your name. If it's Rablet, yeah, I was thinking brass, like a lot of like metal instruments would work for Formir and the dwarves. I can imagine them having a lot of brass instruments. Getting old? Fuck you, Anubis. No drums? I mean, I could see drums. But when I think drums fit everybody. I don't think there's like a culture or a ancestor or anything that's just specifically drums. I think drums fit everybody. Like drums, you pretty much need drums in like every band.
I sent the thing, by the way. Oh, please look at it when you are able to.
Okay. I think the idea of getting players to switch their playstyle through gear, especially diversifying weapon profiles, is one of my few gripes with 2E fighters. Prioritizing one weapon group to level 13 and only getting a second group is sad. Oh, is that how it works? You guys think Formir is a soul music kind of guy?
Jazz. Formir with the jazz, with the saxophone.
Jazz for Formir. Maybe.
Why not, when you have the time, ask, Formir's player.
Yeah,
like, hey, you like jazz? You like jazz?
I'll ask him next time. Next time he's free, I'll ask him. Hey, does Formir like jazz? Definitely with how he's portrayed the character, he definitely feels like he has some like. I could probably see some like mellow music, like not like rambunctious or anything, because he doesn't come off as like rash or like running into things. He definitely feels like a more slow paced kind of character.
Very level-headed.
Yeah, even when talking, he's very like, he doesn't mince words. He's very like, he clarifies his point, and once he's done talking, he's done.
Very lo-fi beats kind of vibe.
Lo-fi beats also has like a particular thing. I wouldn't say lo-fi beats.
It'll be so funny if it's like a complete Gapmo situation, and Formir likes like very girly
Holy
pop
shit.
type of music.
He
like,
loves K-pop or something.
Yeah.
That'd be, honestly, I'd be floored, but that'd be hilarious at the same time.
You just hear Formir whistling the most recent tune that he's heard from a bard passed by his monastery.
He's singing fucking Espresso or something like that.
Hmm.
That'd be hilarious.
Or if it's not, it's like full on dirty music. Like all those with the most vulgar lyrics.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. He's listening to God, what's that like? There was a band that was super popular back in like was it like Ruby and the Diamonds or something like that was their name? They'd always
I'm
sing
not
about
familiar.
like they they had a lot of like really raunchy lyrics. 52
$52.
I don't like DoorDash.
R.
Oh,
It just hit me. But Mr. Zebus would know this. Mr. Zebus, you know that one dance emote in TF2 wherein they're like Slav squatting?
oh, the Kowalski kick.
Yeah,
Oh.
you know the song attributed to the Konoski kick.
Yeah.
I can see Formir also having that because of like their cadence and their accent.
Yeah, I could see him. I see that.
I'll let you guys know I am looking at food at the moment, which is why we haven't moved on.
Hmm.
I am hungry.
Well, while we're on the topic of food, about food and eaters, will you create? Because just remembered the soup that the younger Mook squad just nommed on, right? Will you
What?
be making the soup that the Mook squad ate before they decided to
Oh
fight,
yeah.
right? Would you make those sort of things for it? Like food relate, like in Monster Hunter, right? When you like you cook, you plunk down a little set, you cook it, and then you get like a bonus. Will you have more of that? Will you make more of a
Oh,
circumstantial bonus?
yeah, I think some stuff like that'd be pretty cute.
Because I just realized that could have been really cool with the Stormover galleons. Like meat.
Yeah, I could honestly just steal from Brett because Brett does that. Brett gives us like buffs as Paw Patrol from the monsters we kill and eat. So I want to figure out how to do that already. I love Dungeon Meshi. I would love for the players to be cooking monsters and stuff. If you ever make a chain restaurant Atis, can I please make a dumb ditty for its theme? Hell yeah, dog. Absolutely. Hmm. Hmm. We'll give it another shot. We'll give it another shot. Perhaps I was too harsh on you.
But yeah, can you when you make attack rolls or like if you crit, can you opt to just attack a creature's stress or psyche to make them like feel despair?
I don't know. Again, I don't plan on giving the monsters a stress bar.
Well, I guess it wouldn't be like a full on like I have 10 levels of stress. More like maybe it's like just 3 levels. Like okay, unfazed, concerned, and then oh no, like just like a 3 bar, like to give like so it's just not the players who has this mechanic onto them.
I don't think I need to make it for the player. Like I don't think I need to make it for the monsters because I already roleplay the monsters having a want to live.
Yeah, but it could also what do you call this? Have that give them like different like statuses. Like okay, I'm what do you call this? Like a stand your ground thing. Like they cannot move away. Like their mind is shielded. Like again, in like
Mm,
what do you call this? In Shadow of War or Shadow of Mordor, right? Like when Italian like brands with the face and they're like, no, I will not break and all that.
I mean, I have done that. Like, I have done monsters before that are like, you knock them to bloodied and they're like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. And then there are others that are like, I'm taking you with me. There's no way I'm losing this. I'm taking one of you with me type. So, like, I don't think it needs to be a mechanic. If you go watch some of the SOT streams, dog, you'll see I've done that with multiple monsters.
It's been a while.
There are like I basically do that with every creature.
The most prominent thing right now in my brain is just the galleon fight and the one with the birds that killed off one of the other morlings that were running away.
Oh, the hawks, yeah.
Yeah, the blood man, those hawks. Oh, that's
Or
right.
2 hawks.
There were more than 2 hawks.
The issue with the Bloodhawks was that they were basically whipped into a frenzy. So you're not really thinking rationally as that creature. They smelled
yes, the
so
piranhas-
much blood in the air that it basically like kicked them into overdrive. That's why they fought to
Yeah.
the death.
The piranhas of the sky.
If the party had stumbled upon the Bloodhawks and attacked first, then the Bloodhawks would have backed off.
Mm.
They'd have like ran basically. Like the moment one of them would have died, they'd have flown away. But because the party were in the middle of a fight, were already bloodied, and were chasing other creatures after killing creatures, they were like, I'm so fucking hungry right now. I'll just kill you to get your meat.
Okay. I think my brain's my brain cells are connecting very different things altogether right now.
Okay.
Okay, so is there like a land equivalent to a piranha? Because again, Bloodhawks seem like the sky equivalent,
I
right?
would say so. I don't know what I would have them be. Oh, you know what? I know what they would be. Axe
Hmm.
beaks.
Axe beaks. The
Axe beaks.
Timberfall? The birds?
Yeah.
Like the chick? Oh, the chocobos.
Yeah, I could see the chocobos being land piranhas.
Oh, Jesus.
You gotta remember, they're like a predator species. They're not prey. They're like raptors,
guess.
basically.
You do have a good point. They just look very cute and cuddly.
That's sort of like, that's what kind of gives them an edge, I think, is that you walk up to them, they're like, oh my god, they're so cute, and then it gores you with their like back talons. And now you're bleeding out on the ground, like, oh, but you're so cute. And it goes,
Okay, you have
I
a good
know.
point. Okay.
Hold on. I don't know if I want to bring the weapon mastery system into Pathfinder, because Pathfinder has some weapon mastery stuff already, but I wiggle my fingers, see giving out some of those weapon masteries as feats.
Mm. Oh yeah.
So turning it from a whole table into a series of weapon feats for people to take, that I could do for Pathfinder. Because Pathfinder already has so much stuff about their weapons, we don't want to add too much onto it, but having a system on the side that can be like sort of plugged into versus a complete write over or override would be much better.
Also, it would give them access to defeats a lot quicker than, having to master them.
Correct. Well, we'd still want we'd probably do like levels and stuff, because that's how Pathfinder does it.
Yeah.
Pathfinder's like, you get level 1 feats, level 3, 5, 7, 9, shit like that. So we would probably do the same thing. Like, oh, you're a level 1 feat? Then, all right, at level 1, you unlock the ability to use exotic weapons, which means you can use great blades, shit like that. Level 3, you take it again. Okay, well now I'm going to give you the cleave ability. Oh, you took it again at level 5? Okay, well now I'm going to give you the the Artorias fucking front flip spin as like an ability you can spend for like 2 actions.
Would you make it like, again, you mentioned 3 and 5, like level 1, 3, and 5.
Mhm.
Would you make it be in that range, or would you put it at a later level? Because again,
You're right. That probably not that early. That was just an example.
Oh! I just remembered. Weapons, right? Weapons have a thing. It's not just proficiency. It's trained, expert.
Yeah, trained, expert, master, legendary.
Yeah, I think if you reach like either of those, right? If you boost up your proficiency in a weapon to those like stages, that's when the ability to like use to pick those feats for the mastery system could work, right?
I think so, but you got to remember, fighters can start with expert in weapons.
Yeah.
At level
Expert's
1.
like first level. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That could work. Yeah. Like you put. I'm trying to remember what you placed for like the first stage in the thing.
It was it was +1s to hit and stuff.
Yeah. That's not too big, right? Like just a +1 to hit.
We'd have to reconsider. Well, every +1 in Pathfinder is way more important than 5th edition.
Oh yeah. Good point.
So like, you got to remember,
Mm-hmm.
you has like a +10 to hit, and I think the next highest is a +7 to hit in the party. So she has 3 pluses higher than anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So as a fighter, she's going to be critting, at least at low level, very often. And we saw that during the Mook fight. She crit every single Mook that she hit.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, she was like a meat cleave. She was like a grinder. Yeah.
Correct. She literally rolled up to a dwarf and went, boom, 24 points of damage. Rolled up to the next one, boom, 22 points of damage. Next to the next one, 27 points of damage. She didn't miss a single fucking time. Versus like Stenvalder, who rolled normal hits against these guys. He didn't even crit against them.
So would you say it's best to just remove the +1s like for the expert tier?
Yes.
And just okay, so just keep the second stage that you did for like advanced and then like
I
mastery.
would still make the early tiers like plus to damage. Because damage is really nothing, it's inconsequential. And then I think I would probably give them I think I would just make the first tier just access to exotic weapons and a +1 to your damage.
Okay. I guess that could also work, right? Like, okay, so what do you call this? If like you're an expert in like regular swords, right? Long swords, right? Would that mean you have access to like the more bigger swords, like the bastard swords and stuff?
I would think
Would
so,
that
yeah.
work? Like if you have like okay, you're good with a hatchet, that means you can make use of. You can either choose to be an expert or like you have access to overthrowing type of weapons because again, Sten uses their hatchet to throw, or like the bigger axe thing, like the executioner type axes, right?
Yeah, I could see you like if you're taking expertise in axes. You know how to use like the hefty axes down to like the hatchet, which is still hefty, by the way. You have to know how to throw the odd weight of a hatchet, and then also knowing how to use the weight of like an executioner's axe and stuff.
Okay, yeah, that checks out. Because I'm not gonna boss, man. I'm a bit sad that we haven't seen the mastery system that you've made so far. Oh, well, cool.
We tried. We did try it, but it ended up being a little weird when we tried it in CTF, and I realized it wasn't implemented as well as I'd have liked. That's why I pulled it away. But with this, we can actually try and figure something out to make it fit. To answer your question, Nubis, yes. I think that the encounter creator for Pathfinder is leagues easier than 5th edition. Because all you have to do is compare the monster's level to the level of your party. And you adjust accordingly. Do you have one more person in your party who's like above the average? So you have 5 people instead of 4? Perfect. You just add 20 more EXP to your encounter total. Do you have 3 people in your party instead of 4? You subtract 20 experience from your total. And then you just compare the numbers. Are these 4 level 2 monsters? How much is that experience-wise in comparison to your party? They're all +1. And if they're all +1, that means They are worth 48 experience each.
Yo,
What's good?
What's up?
funny enough, like 4th edition was like this. And
Nice.
then they went back to 5th. In 5th edition, they kind of tried to like, oh man. Shit, dude. Have you heard of the name Mike Merles before?
I feel like I have.
He was the designer for 4E and was one of the architects of 5E. He quit Wizards of the Coast in 2023 because ultimately he didn't like the direction that it was going. And I was like, oh, tell me more, Mr. Mears. Tell me your real thoughts. So I've this man I've never heard of before, which is ignorant of me, right? I've been listening to a lot of his interviews. I listened to one interview he just did, like an hour-long interview, and pretty much echoed everything that I've been saying that I've had issues with. He is also echoed. So that I'm pretty happy I have a finger on the pulse. Like, even said like one of the frustrating things about this new edition, and he's calling it a new edition, is that there is no way to build your own monsters. And he's like, and it's probably because they want you to buy their books, but that's incredibly frustrating because, you know, that goes against everything that, you know, D&D was about and TTRPGs were about and things like that. It just Wizards is just going in this weird new direction. And so he even mentions Pathfinder. He said, you know, the reason why they took the direction of 5e that they did was because they originally did think of it as like, okay, what if we go back to 3e and kind of clean up a little bit? And he was like, let's not do that because Pathfinder's done that. Pathfinder's already done that. Like, and we don't need to be competing with Pathfinder. We need to be kind of like charting our own territory, right? We need to kind of like where Pathfinder is crunch, D&D's accessibility, which is again something that I've always said. And yeah, so but one of the things he's also said is that just the CR system is garbage. Keep in mind, this is someone that has worked for Wizards, has worked for D&D, has done, and he's like, CR's just terrible. It's just not good. It should be a level-based system, much like what 4th edition was. And exactly what you said, he said, the problem with 5e is it's too hard for DMs. It's too hard for DMs to run the game. It was made too hard for DMs to run the game. It doesn't have enough tools to build everything. You kind of have to kind of figure out shit, and it's just made it incredibly difficult. The DMs don't have all the tools they need to build the adventures and build the encounters. And he brings up 4e, where it's like 4e, it's very easy. It's because it's like, okay, it's a 4 level 4 party. All right, we put in 4 level 4 monsters, you know, and you got a controller here, and you got a skirmisher here. You got a couple of minions, maybe you throw an elite in there, you know. It was very easy to build encounters in 4e. In 5e, it's not. And Nick, the honesty has been kind of like, oh, thank God I'm not the only one.
Very
feeling this.
revealing.
Well, it's revealing, but also it kind of gives you the sense of like, am I just mad at this direction, or is this actually genuinely what is happening? And, you know, listening to, and again, it's criticizing, but he's not like trashing them. He's not insulting. And he's even says like, there's things he can't say because he's under NDA. But there are things that he says that we've talked about, and that for me personally, I've just been like, oh, thank God, finger on the pulse. Like, you know, where one of D&D's biggest problems, one of Wizards of the Coast's biggest problem right now is that people don't trust them. And when they stopped 4E, when they eventually decided like 4E is not working, we need to go to a new edition. They were very transparent and very honest, where they just said 4E's a flop. They just flat out were like, 4E's a flop. We failed in these areas. We should have done these things, so we're gonna fix that with 5e. They were very upfront and transparent with their audience. They let them know, and it was able to build that trust. And then the OGL shit happened. And I do recognize, obviously people were very upset about that. But the biggest issue with that is I think people were looking so grand scope of like, well, how does the OGL affect player? How does the OGL, and he says, is this guy apparently is big on like, you got to make the DM's job easier. You just have to. You have to give them everything they need. Because he's like, if you don't have a DM, you don't have a game. That's it. That's the truth. Nice. If you don't have a DM, you don't have a game. So you need to make it easier for the DM. And he's like, this edition just makes it harder for the DM. It just makes it super hard for the DM. Now that I've seen weapon masteries in action, I can now say I don't like it. I don't like the weapon mastery system in 5.
You don't love me as the rogue just having to land one hit and having, I don't know, advantage for the rest of the combat encounter?
What? It goes way beyond that. First of all, yes, there is this blanket thing where like, yeah, this just happens. You're like,
I don't need a party anymore. I'm my own fucking guy. I don't need my paladin to be in 5 feet. I just need to have hit the monster one time.
Yeah, it doesn't fucking work.
I'm now the main character.
There's like, first of all, there's 3 issues with weapon mastery. One just felt like blanket buffs that really weren't balanced at all or were able to tame something, and really makes it feel unoriginal because it doesn't solve anything. It doesn't add variety. It just goes, hey, you swing with a weapon, now you do an additional thing. It doesn't work for me. 2, players most of the time don't even remember they have weapon masteries. And as a DM, it is not my responsibility to remind you what your weapon is capable of. It's something that I can only tell you what can be done so many times, but I can't keep reminding you every time you do it. I mean, That's just because I've got other things I'm working on, and I've had to tell my party several times with their abilities where we are now at a point as a group where you should know what your character does. It is not my responsibility to remind you what your character does. Yes, maybe there will come a time where I go, it's been a couple of weeks, so don't forget you still have this thing. But ultimately weapon masteries add another layer to it where now that's another thing you have to remember. And 3, weapon mastery, I genuinely believe slows down combat because now turns for martial classes are taking twice as long because I got to do this, but now we have to go and resolve if you get done. That's why for Lobos's character, I said, if you want to topple with this weapon, you can, but it's a bonus action now. You can't, it's not part of your attack. And if you crit, you can do a free topple. Like, there needs to be some sort of conditions, but I digress. The D&D 2024 5.5, and another thing Mike Merle said that I was in complete agreement with is we don't even know what this new version is. We have no idea what to call it. It's called 3-4 different things depending on who you're talking to. It's D&D 2024. It's 5.5. It's 1D, and no one knows what this is. And because of that, no one really is interested in this new version of D&D. No one's really, they don't know if they should be excited or not. They really don't. They don't know. At the end of the day, they really just don't know how to feel. And I'm there too. I don't know how to feel about this.
I've seen a lot of videos on YouTube recently of being like, we're not moving to 2024 D&D.
There's no reason to. Why buy 3 new books? And also, why buy 3 new books when they're not telling DMs how to run their games? They're just saying, oh, just buy our books and just use our shit, which is not, no. Fuck no, and everyone knows how I feel about that and how infuriating that is. So yeah, it's not good, and we're kind of now in this point where I think you and I are the prime example of it, right? Where you're like, I'm just going to move to Pathfinder. I'm just kind of done DMing for D&D. I don't have the tools to make the games. I have to build all of my own tools, and it's getting to the point where I just don't want to fucking do that anymore, And I'm to the point where like I'm down to build the tools, but I want to build the tools to help everyone else who's running this. We need to make the DM's job easier. Yes. Does that mean I'm filling the gap that the developers of D&D should be doing, absolutely. But the biggest problem with D&D right now is that it's being operated by a giant fucking company that is just trying to make their next money, and they've become so detached from the audience that they have because of how big they are. We are now seeing a point where like third-party developers, i.e. myself, are probably going to start seeing more of the lion's share when it comes to new products and new releases, and there's going to be less interest in first-party products. And the reason why is because as a third-party developer, I'm more closer to my audience than Hasbro is to their audience. Hasbro is extremely detached and distant from their audience. Meanwhile, you know, I'm asking my audience, hey, what do you want to see? How do you feel about this new system? What are you looking for? I have the finger on the pulse, as it were, and I can kind of see, oh, this is what people are looking for. This is what I can run surveys. I can do all this shit, and then we can build that. We can build upon that, and we can build the things that people want, because right now Hasbro just isn't. You know, they're
What?
First of all, they're going off of, and this is something Mike said, and I agreed about this, and I didn't even fucking think about it. They're going off of a 2020 strategy. So what happened during 2020, Crown?
I look around. I don't know, man. I was working.
Yeah. Were you wearing a mask while you were working? Were you feel a little jolty when people were getting a little close to you?
I look at the shirt in my dresser that says "I love social distancing" because the company made us wear it.
Yeah. So they're working off of a pandemic strategy, which is why they're like, yeah, let's build this 3D VTT. That's a pandemic strategy. They looked at all the money everyone was making off of TTRPGs and were like, we got to go all in on this. And that's a pandemic strategy because people were locked inside. They were like looking for shit to do. So obviously TTRPG Kickstarters did extremely well at that point because people were just looking for an outlet, and that was the perfect one. You know, Twitch streams were super profitable. TTRPG outlets and third-party and all that stuff, super profitable. And so WotC and Hasbro kind of went off of that plan, not realizing a year from now we weren't going to be in a pandemic anymore. People were going to go outside, and now numbers are plummeting everywhere because we're still looking at 2020 as like the potential. And it's like, unless there is going to be a massive pandemic where everyone's going to be locked inside for the next year, you can't use that as a strategy. But what was interesting was 2020 was apparently when Hasbro was like, hey, start working on a new edition of D&D. We need to start a new edition of D&D.
Really?
Yes. They were like, it's time to tap in, baby. It's because, so one of the things Mike mentioned, because he was looking at data, and I never looked at like sales data and stuff like that, is this sort of history, which repeats itself, which is good. You need to analyze data because I feel like people aren't doing that. When a new edition of D&D comes out, you see this giant spike of purchases, and I'm talking new edition. I'm talking 3E, 4E, 5, new edition. You see a spike of people who want to go in and try the new thing because the new thing, it's a recognizable name, it does well. After a year, those sales pretty much drop off and in a very steep way.
Yeah, you get the tail.
Yeah, the hype is done. So when Wizards decided let's do 3.5, a couple, you know, that following year, because it was 2000 came out. Oh my god, yeah, I think that's what it was. 2000 was when 3E came out. Either 2002 or 2003. I always get that mixed up. 2003 was when 3.5 came out. When 3.5 came out, it didn't really spike any sales. It just kind of went, oh, okay. You know, kind of went up a little, but that was it. It wasn't the business survival that they wanted. So fucking, 4E came out, spike, drop. People really weren't super interested in 4E. 5E comes out. Wizards is taking a more humble approach. They're going, hey, you're right. 4E wasn't what you guys were looking for. And Pathfinder swooped in and went, all right, we're making 3.75. We're making Pathfinder. We're going to clean up the third edition that everyone is. And since Wizards has abandoned third edition, we're coming in. We're coming in to keep working on this. And that's, people play Pathfinder because of third edition. And they and that direction is continued, and it continues to go on that. The fourth edition comes out, doesn't do very well because it really didn't hit that. 5e, I thought they were trying to get back to 3, but honestly, they were trying to okay, let's kind of see everything as a whole, but we can't compete with Pathfinder. We can't try and build better 3.5 because then we are literally competing with Pathfinder. Pathfinder's already done it, and you're just cannibalizing yourself at that point. So 5e, they took a little bit more of an accessible approach. They made and Mike's big thing was if something doesn't work, toss it out and simplify it, and that's what 5e is. You got the advanced disadvantage system, you got resistance, you got all that stuff. You got so that it's easy to get in, you understand what it is, you have to look at giant tables to figure out what it is. The crunch is kind of gone, but you still have the freedom to tell the story that you want. So it's really, again, frustrating to hear 2020 D&D going, what if we just release a new version of D&D? Because then we're going to make all the money in the fucking world. Because 5e, when we released 5e, we made all the money in the fucking world. And so when 5.5 came out, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, it, again, didn't really do anything. It just kind of... In fact, I think there was... I don't know where in the tabletop RPG department it happened. But essentially, there was essentially a big profit loss in the D&D, Magic the Gathering, and Duel Masters section. I forget how much. I want to say like 3 million or 30 million. I don't know. D&D 2025 quarter profit loss. It essentially it looks like, oh yeah, in the first quarter of fiscal year 2025. Oh no, that's something completely different. But yeah, essentially what ended up happening was it didn't do anything. It didn't add. It wasn't the saving grace. It just, in fact, they lost money. It sounded like, they lost money in that. So here's what I'm hoping is going to happen. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I'm calling it now because Hasbro is so detached from their audience, and they just keep repeating their same mistakes. And that was also another thing, is because of the OGL thing. It wasn't so much the OGL, it was the fact that Hasbro kind of showed, Wizards of the Coast kind of showed who they were at that point, where people were like, you're not actually going for this, right? Nobody wants this. And they're like, oh yeah, we want to do this. We absolutely want to go for this. Everyone's like, what the fuck? Nobody wants that. Why the fuck are you pursuing that? Also with their petty response of the whole, some people are going to say that they won, but in fact we both won. It just kind of showed, it really began to lost face of the company itself, and that's why there is such there's such blowback right now against Wizards of the Coast, as there should be. I think once they realize that 5.5 isn't going to do what they wanted to do, I think once that happens, I think they're going to probably in the next 5 years, I'd imagine, maybe even sooner, but probably push out a 6th edition. In fact, I hope they do. I genuinely, as a third-party developer, do it. Fucking go.
We still
for
need
it.
to see what the fuck they're going to do with the OGL. If they're going to be like, all right, we've made a new one,
but
and now we make all the money.
But here's the beautiful thing about that, and the reason why the moment they were like, oh yeah, we just tossed this OGL into the Creative Commons. And it's like, oh, okay. It doesn't really matter what you do at this point, because yes, if you put the new OGL into, they say they're going to do it, and unless they backed out on that, that's just going to hurt them even more. But if they throw but also keep in mind, once it's in the Creative Commons, you don't rely on the OGL anymore. The OGL specifically states what you can do with the content of the SRD. But if the SRD is in the Creative Commons, you don't need an OGL. You just follow what the Creative Commons is, and it's very open, and you just use that SRD. So really right now it is taught, and they already said the new version of the SRD is going to be in Creative Commons. So unless there's going to be two versions of the SRD, one for commercial businesses, right, where you have to use the new OGL that they attach to it, and then they kind of release like a really dumbed down, stripped version of the SRD 5.2 in the Creative Commons. It should be there. But even if we find out Wizards and Hasbro kind of goes, yeah, we're not doing an SRD 5.2. We're not doing that. We're just not going to do it. We still have the SRD 5.1. And because they were so fucking wishy-washy with 5.5, and it's not really the big thing people care about anymore, fuck it. We ball in 2014. I mean, we could still do that. You know what I mean? So, like, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter at this point, because they already gave up the SRD 5.1, and that has everything that you need to build upon it. You don't need the new version of the classes. You can adjust your own classes. You can make your own classes if you want. You can build your own systems off of SRD for 2014. So if they decide not to do it, is a dick move. That's all that would be. It would just be a fucking dick move. And that's it. And then another dick move on the pile of dick moves that Hasbro/WotC has done. And they say not calling 2024 5.5 or 6 was a specific choice because they wanted to move away from editions and have an evolving game. I would say that is marketing lingo that actually doesn't mean anything. I think the reason why they did that is they wanted to avoid a 3.5 scandal, which happened at 3.5. So by saying, oh, don't worry about it, it's an update, boo, boo, boo. Wizards had to do this sort of weird marketing maneuverability where
keep talking up there like I got piss.
Yeah, they wanted your money, but they didn't want it presented as if the books you purchased are now useless. They wanted to make sure those were still accessible, but they still wanted your money. So they want you to buy the books, but at the same time, they didn't want to cause a scare. So it's very easy to be like, we're not going to call it 5.5, but this is 5.5. I mean, that's they want to call it D&D 2024. They want to update. This is 5.5. It's a very watered down 5.5. But I mean, there are spell updates, there are class updates, there are massive monster updates now that the monster manuals come out. This is 5.5. In fact, if you look at creatures now in the new version of the monster manual, for those that have access to it or have seen it, you kind of, because like we do not have the rule sets on making our own monsters anymore, which is pretty fucking damning. So the new way that they build CR is not publicized. It hasn't been released. It hasn't been built. You can still build monsters using 2014, but now that I've kind of begun to see a little bit more of how they shifted that, I still believe that you can still build these monsters and you can still build these creatures using 2014 rules. It'll still be compliant with 2024. What 2024 did, what the 2024 monster manual did, is that I thought this man was taking a piss. What is he doing? Moving shit around right now? That was the fastest piss ever. Holy shit.
Dude, the bathroom is literally right next to my bedroom.
It usually takes you like 20 minutes. I don't know.
20 minutes?
You got to walk on
20
over
minutes?
there.
I didn't
That's
have to think about
journey.
anything today. I pissed. Hey, man, want to see how fast I can piss? Also, my food's going to be here soon, so keep talking.
Once your food's here, I'm going to play some WoW with Bisay. I was saying the Monster Manual 2024 has has definitely shifted some things around where I can totally say this is 5.5. This is 5.5. They changed classes. They changed some spells around. They changed monsters around. CR is at the end game is way different than it is now. So this is 5.5, and they don't want to tell you it's 5.5. This is 5.5. So they kind of changed the monster manual around where level 1 to 12 is still pretty much the same, a little adjustment here and there, but CR was already kind of wacky, right? It was already kind of like, it's a CR2, CR3, doesn't really make any fucking difference when it comes to character advancement and how to actually balance creatures. As long as you're within the tiers of play and it can be one-off, it's totally fine. What 2024 D&D or 5.5 did is that they changed the 12 beyond when it comes to CR. That what essentially they did, and again, it feels very sloppy. Creatures just now do more damage. They do, and then once you get to like 17 plus, they do way more damage. Because at the end of the day, people were complaining pretty much about how 12 plus is busted, blah, blah, blah. And so the solution was, we'll just make the monsters hit harder and do more powerful effects. They pretty much out-DM'd the players, which, again, I shrug. But essentially, 2024 D&D between level 13 and 20 is now a completely, not completely, it's now a different kind of beast and a little bit more, it has a raised difficulty than 2014. Level 13 to level 20 right now. Check out the Dragon Turtle. Dragon Turtle, you can see those. And when you're using 2014 CR rules, it's a CR 17, but the thing hits like a CR 20 or 21. It acts like a CR 20 or 21 creature. So all they did was just make it harder, but keep the numbers. It's not creative. It would be really nice if they included a way to build your own, which they're not, because they want you to buy their books. It's the same reason why they wanted to lock down the SRD and the OGL the way they did, is because they don't want you making your own shit. They want you purchasing that, because that's what companies want you to do, especially when they're big, massive fucking companies. How do I make money? Well, we don't tell them how to make the secret sauce, so they do it themselves, which is, again, gonna bite them in the ass when everyone starts focusing on third party. We're about to see a third party renaissance for those that are
that, baby.
in the 5e. We're seeing a system renaissance, which we'll definitely have some clear winners there and a lot of losers. I just want to make sure that's perfectly clear.
Kill your babies. That's what that is. Kill your sweethearts.
Yep. But we are going to see an increase in in third party content. And I think we're going to start seeing them do very well, because what I'm seeing is people are either not changing to 2024, want to play D&D, but really don't like what Wizards of the Coast is doing. Those are the two major things. Ultimately, like, 5e is fine. Hasbro just keeps, kicking it. Just keeps fucking just pummeling it down to the fucking ground right now. Give me
1 second, I'll be right back. Keep talking.
Yeah. When third party is going to come out and start releasing their own shit, you're going to see people go, I'll purchase from them, because it's not Wizards of the Coast, and they're making stuff for the system that I like to play. That absolutely is there. So again, you're going to see a lot of third party kind of step in and start building tools for DMs that Wizards of the Coast just don't want to build. Hasbro doesn't want to build. And I genuinely believe, I don't think it is the designers that said, I don't want to build it. I think it is the company's stance itself, the actual corporate side of it, that's like, don't include that. Don't build that. Don't do that. Because it was very strange to me how as during the summit, it was almost presented as like, oh yeah, it's updated CR, the table was incorrect. There's going to be prices on items. And to me, with how it came out, those statements felt very misleading. And I'm hoping, I genuinely hope that it wasn't the designers intentionally being misleading. I was genuinely hoping that, maybe they were hoping for a thing, and then the corporate arm kind of went down and was like, we can't make money if you do that. And then they kind of had to stop doing that. I have no idea. I have no idea. But we're gonna see a lot of cool tools come out from 5. And Mike Mears has a Patreon where he's working on his own system, Odyssey, and essentially it is the 5e that he wants to play. It's the 5e that he wanted to build. And he's already releasing systems, including a new level system to replace CR. And so, yeah, I mean, it's everyone, including former D&D 5e designers, are now kind of stepping in. And there is sort of this backlash where you don't fucking want to be the one that's like, why am I fixing your shit? Why am I doing this? Why didn't you do this from the beginning? But at the end of the day, it's a need. It's a business need. And I think third party is going to hopefully profit very well, kind of filling the gaps. And it's what I said before. I would love it if Wizards decided we're going to make a 6th edition, because we don't have a 5e audience anymore. And that's definitely going to be a corporate thing when they keep losing sales because of their decisions. It's that meme where, Eric Andre shoots Hannibal Buress and then looks at the camera and goes, "Who shot Hannibal Buress?" That is essentially what I see Wizards doing. They're going to continue to shoot themselves in the foot. They're going to continue to bleed a customer base. And then they're going to say, this isn't our audience. We need to build a new audience. And then they're going to go in a 6th edition direction. And once the 6th edition direction happens, much like Pathfinder, those that are going to stay in 5e and build upon 5e and continue to work on 5e are going to prosper, because there's still going to be that 5e audience. And just as there was that 3e audience that moved to Pathfinder, there's going to be a 5e audience that's going to move something adjacent. Very much how the 4e audience is now moving to draw steel. Yeah, that's what's going to happen, because history tends to repeat itself when all you do is look at numbers and the money that you make, and all just yeah, it just keeps repeating itself.
History is cyclical if you don't change.
So did you hear my prediction, Crown?
I heard a little bit, so I just went to go get my food.
No, it's good. My prediction is, because essentially what I compared was the Eric Andre shooting Hannibal Buress and then turning to the camera and going, "Who shot Hannibal?" That's what's going to happen. Wizards is going to continue to shoot themselves in the foot with essentially profit-driven means. They're going to continue to lose trust. They're going to start bleeding audience members who aren't going to purchase from first party, but will purchase from third party. And then they're going to say, we don't have an audience. We don't have, the 5e audience is dead, and they're not going to blame themselves. They're just going to say, "Oh, times have changed." And then they're going to come out with a 6th edition in the hopes to build a brand new audience, because they would have seen how, money spiked up when we released new editions. Let's do that again. And when they do that, they're going to build a new audience, but they're going to leave behind the core 5e audience. And then third party is once again going to step in, and build upon the existing system, fix the existing system, build tools for 5e, which is something Wizards of the Coast should have been doing. And then you get something like 3rd edition and Paizo building Pathfinder. You get something like 4th edition with MCDM building Draw Steel. You're gonna get something. You're in 5th edition with Tales of the Valiant. You're just, that is what is the history has shown. And then Wizards will have their 6th edition. We'll see if anything fucking shapes up with that, right? But yeah, that's kind of my prediction right now. Is just we're about, they're gonna say 5.5 didn't work out really well. It didn't make us all the money it was supposed to make, and then they're gonna release their stupid BTT, and then they're gonna be like, no one's playing our VTT. Are we? And then they're gonna come to the wrong decision or the wrong conclusion, which is, this edition's done. We need to go on to a new edition. Yep. Because that is just, no one can see beyond the numbers. No one can see beyond the profit. And it's because Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro has unfortunately lost the trust of their fan base. They've lost the trust of the audience, and it has put everyone in a very strained it's put everyone in a fucking vice grip, essentially, I mean, I feel it. I've been feeling it the whole time where I'm like, God damn, it's just, I fucking hate this company, but I want to continue to build upon the system because it's what I know, and people want that, now more than ever, people want that. The people that have jumped ship to new systems, I mean, is there, but it's not a big number. There is still a core 5e audience. The problem is the 5e audience is now kind of divided, kind of strained, and kind of exhausted because they either don't trust the company that is working on it. They were sold D&D 2024 was sold so poorly, was marketed so poorly that people don't know what it is. Where is it a new version of D&D? Is it 5.5? Is it just an update to the rules? Like they said, what is this thing? Why should I buy this? They poorly marketed that because they were playing it too safe because they didn't want to lose that fucking money. And now we've got people who are like, I'm not going to update to 2024. I'm going to do 2014. And people are like, I like some 2024 people do. It's just people are straight. People are tired at the end of the day, but from what I'm seeing and from the numbers that I've gathered, yes, there are people that have decided I'm going to change systems, but there's a massive majority of people who would much rather stay with 5e, as long as they don't have to deal with Wizards of the Coast, deal with 2014-2024 edition. It's just people are just kind of a little trying to figure out what direction to go into, which is why I hope Wizards of the Coast will build a 6th edition, so that the third-party people can go ahead and take it, who actually knows what's going on, can then take 5e that they'll abandon and be like, whatever, who fucking cares, and just build off of that, and then make some cool, fun things. And then there will be, the core 5e audience, and then Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro, with their infinite money, will build a new audience with 6e, which will be a completely new, different thing. It'll probably have microtransactions, and it'll probably be like card packs of rule sets that you have to get. I don't know what the fuck they'll fucking do. It'll be stupid though. I know that for a fact. There. Anyways. Little sneak peek for Dumpster Delvers this Friday at 8 p.m. EST.
Sneak peek.
Hey, Jesus, it's your podcast, dude.
What? I look around. I'm on that.
Yeah, you're half the cast. What the fuck are you talking about?
I point at the bear on the screen. That's me?
Wait a minute.
Wow.
I said all those things about Trump? Oh my God, I'm going to get shot. They're going to fucking kill me in the streets.
Where was I? Why didn't you warn me?
Okay, man. You can't keep highlights anymore. Nobody has to know.
True, except it's on YouTube
It is on
Oh,
YouTube.
you're screwed.
and the Patreon.
Yeah,
Dumpster
I
Delver
That's there
Patreon.
forever.
Yeah, I'd say
Nah.
it's on the Patreon. Yeah, that's why I do all the shilling. Crown is the gentle bear face that goes, "Hey guys, what's up?"
Howdy.
And I'm like,
The mascot.
support our shit. Buy our
Yeah.
Patreon, dude. Give me your money.
I shovel food
Bye,
into my
bye,
mouth. Yeah, what he
Yeah.
said.
Sell.
I'm hungry. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
I think
and,
Hasbro's going to sell WotC.
huh? What's up?
Said I think Hasbro's going to sell WotC.
I
And they're
think
going to strip it for parts.
I think they're gonna sell D&D. I also think that's an option
Yep.
as well. They're gonna sell D&D to someone else.
I
They're
think
gonna
it's
be like,
too.
this ain't profitable anymore, and everyone.
Don't say you know. Like it's a
You
good
just-
thing.
No,
They're
no,
going
no,
to sell
no,
it.
no, 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 no. I'm saying it would be what they've done before. TSR sold it after like 20 years.
because
Yeah,
if
Been
they
around
were-
20 years that WotC's had it.
Yeah.
WotC will be making Magic the Gathering because D&D is too easy for the peons to recreate D&D. It's just paper.
No, they're not.
Has-
They're making it more difficult than ever now in the new version.
Well, they're trying to, but I mean, like
Yeah.
making TTRPGs is easy. They don't want to be in the
Oh,
TTRPG
yeah,
business
yeah.
because all these damn third parties and people taking their money. It's
Wow.
not monetized
Wow.
enough. It's not like
Wow.
Magic where you need specialized card manufacturing. Even then, people just proxy at this point.
Mhm.
So I think
It's,
they.
yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
I agree. They'll probably sell D&D.
They'll either sell D&D. Well, to be fair, TSR sold D&D because they were going bankrupt. They were having a fire sale, essentially, of like, who wants to buy this? And Wizards of the Coast, with their Magic the Gathering money, was like, yeah, fuck it, we'll take it. Like, yeah, why not? That sounds like fun. Let's do that, you know? Wizards is not... Hasbro and Wizards is not in any trouble or any danger. They just are paying themselves in trouble and danger because they're not making as much money as they want to. They're not going out of business. They just want to make more money, and they're just trying to figure out the best way to go about it. As corporate greed
To the moon.
usually does. So, well, we've entered an era of oligarchs and greed.
Yeah,
that
you gotta
will-
stop. You gotta start thinking like CEOs aristocracy, where
Oh yeah.
they're not really
That-
thinking, is the company making money? They're thinking, how does this look on my portfolio?
Yep, that's exactly it. Which is why, third party baby, the indie scene is gonna blossom. Because who the fuck? We're cool with table scraps. Are you kidding me? You're like, I didn't make $100 million this quarter. I'm like, I'd love to see 100K right now. That sounds really fucking sick. Yeah,
Bring
I'll
that
fucking
over.
take that. Yeah.
I mean, this is why video games can thrive, even
Yeah.
if AAA studios are tanking, but Hollywood and movies are in the dumpster.
Yep.
Because it's easy for the average Joe to make just a video game.
Yep. And
We
it's-
love indie.
And it's the average Joe that's going to innovate and continue to build upon. So, yes, I'm excited for our...
Until they get bought up. But
our
until
future.
then, it'll be
I
epic.
don't... That's the thing, right? I've thought about this in my egotistical way. If I ever got bought out, first of all, would I allow myself to get bought out?
Hmm.
I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But also, I don't think I'll ever get bought out. So that's nothing I have to worry about. But I don't know.
I'd sell it.
For me, if we have like a really good thing and we're innovating and we become sort of like a marker in the community, right? And to the point where the community sort of has been thriving off of influences that we could personally see, I don't think I would feel comfortable at that point selling to a competitor or not competitor, a soulless corporation who is just going to snuff that out. You know what I mean? I don't think I'd feel good about that.
I have to wonder how many people have been approached, super successful people have been approached by soulless companies and been given a real option.
I think it really depends on where the person is at the time. Because again, if a person takes the option, I'm not like, fucking sell out. They could be exhausted. They could be tired.
Yeah.
They could
Well,
be at their end where they're like, man, I'm kind of ready to retire. I'm ready to hang my coat. And then a big company suddenly comes the next day and goes, $500 million. And you're like, yeah, you know what? That's a sign. I'm going to fucking take that, you know? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think I would bash anyone for taking that.
I wouldn't. Especially in this economy where everyone's struggling. It's like, you got to get that bag.
Yeah.
At the same time, I have to wonder, for instance, the guy who made Oculus, I have to wonder if Meta, then Facebook, really gave them an option of taking the millions and selling them Oculus.
What do you mean? Like, they send like someone to break their legs and just stole the Oculus, or what do you mean?
Yeah, corporate sabotage.
Oh,
100%.
You know, that's something I don't think about. That's really interesting.
WotC has Pinkertons. Like, think about that.
Yeah.
The dog's thinking about that.
Shit, I didn't think about.
I hate the feds.
The key thing is get big, but don't get too big that someone notices you. That's always been my business plan.
I've explained it before. If I was approached and people wanted to buy ADIS, I'd sell it. Mostly because I would then just turn around and make a new IP.
Yeah.
And at that point, I'd be streaming for fun. I wouldn't be streaming as a job. I'd still be running games. And if they say you can't make games or stream your content or anything like that, I go, okay. Then I have one of my other friends stream and I run the game through them.
Yeah, I think though the only hesitation I have for it is once it's gone, it's gone. Like, you can't, there's no takesy backsies. There's no like you see it, you see what it's done, and if you have a creative attachment, like, you know, you can't just be like, you know what, I missed it, I want it back. It's gone.
What are you gonna do? Take the ideas out of my head? You're gonna wipe all my notebooks? I don't think you are.
No, but I mean, if you build something that's closely adjacent, they can always come back and say copyright infringement on something you made, which would really fucking suck.
Well, depending on the money, I'm not selling anything.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know if I'd sell IO. I think Friday when we were having that conversation, and I was going off of like, oh, this happened because this happened, and then this happened, and this player did this, and that's why this happened. I was like, God, we really fucking built something. Dude, you know what I mean?
You're selling them a bridge that doesn't exist, basically. They just get the name. Dude, they can't take anything from me.
Oh, are you talking about the name?
Dude, if they come in and they buy, even if they bought all of my shit, they say, hey, you can't make content, like you can't stream or publish or do any of this shit for this content, like this world anymore. We own it. And I go, okay. And I still run games in it because it'd be just like running games in Faerun.
Oh,
This is my fucking setting. Guess what? I'm homebrewing ADIS now. You own ADIS, I'm homebrewing your ADIS.
I hate to break your bubble, but that's why they would never buy it. They would just steal from you with an AI or something.
Oh yeah,
remember, they also know that. They're gonna just steal from you and call it something else.
Yeah, I know.
I already have terms of service for IO.
Nice.
legally drafted, like what you can and can't do with IO, and our content. I mean, it's essentially just the fan content policy of Wizards of the Coast, but in different words, and an actual lawyer drafted it up. So like, yeah, I mean, I think it's more of like the question. Also, if you were selling ADIS, like if you had like ADIS books out and things like that, like right now, this is this is still absolutely fucking your world. But like, you could always, unless you sell to someone who has a shitty fan content policy where they're like, yeah, no one can run streams off of our IP, which would be fucking stupid, you know?
Wild.
Yeah. I'm assuming this is like a WotC buyout. Like, we're gonna take ADIS.
Which is $420 million.
Yeah.
And I go, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I will now take care of my friends for the rest of their lives.
Yeah. And then they bring gnomes into ADIS.
Oh my God.
Behold, $420 million worth of pipe bombs. And them bitches are 99 cents a piece.
Pipe bomb?
Yeah,
Don't
yeah, they
don't
are.
fucking say that. Are you kidding me? No way, dude. That's cursed knowledge. That's knowledge I did not want
Violence
to
is
know
cheap.
about. That violence is cheap. Man, I'm gonna go a little dissuaded by humanity now.
Before I get tagged.
Oh
It's cheaper to buy a
man.
pipe bomb than it is a McDonald's hamburger.
Correct. Unironically.
Oh no. All right, I'm gone. I gotta go. I'll see you
I
guys
gotta
later.
get out of here.
Bye.
Bye.
During that entire conversation, I ate all of my food.
Oh, nice. Same.
I didn't even have to go on break.
Nice. Delicious. I had Chick-fil-A.
Shrimp fillet, nice.
Chick-fil-A.
I gave
I like their spicy grilled chicken
I gave
sandwiches.
Long John Silver's the chance, and it was actually pretty good this time.
That's very brave.
It's mediocre, but it's like it
That
tasted
is
okay.
very brave considering your landlocked location.
What do you? I look around at all the seas of corn. What do you mean?
There's shrimp in there somewhere.
There's got to be fish out there somewhere, right?
They're early.
Yeah, they're just fishing them out of the lake, aren't they? Or by the river.
What do you mean? What am I? What's up?
Oh man, I'm just saying, go you. You're a real adventurer.
I am. Right, let's look up.
You are John Adventurer.
Yes. Let's go to Archives of Nethys because I need to see what magical does. Because I'm probably going to make the potions.
Oh, the potions are magical. Hey, by the way, how was this orb?
What?
You gave me an orb. You said health potion.
Oh, it's health potions.
It's just a health potion?
I was gonna not homebrew, but I was gonna make like a little consumable, but it basically gave you the same effects of a healing potion.
Do I drink it?
Yeah.
I drink the orb? Nice.
Yeah. You basically, well, it's either you crush it or what have
Or I
you.
crack it up like a coconut and I say, here you go.
Crown the brand risk
Refreshing.
DM.
That's my streamer!
That's my boy.
I know these flat numbers aren't the average. None of the monsters I've been running are the average. I have increased the health of a lot of monsters so far. And to be fair, a D8 healing at level 1 is only really good for Eridan with 13 hit points. For a fighter, a 2 on your dice roll? Dog shit.
Hey, man.
You
What do you
wasted
mean by
2
that?
actions to drink a healing potion and get
Whoa.
2
I thought
hit
all
points?
healing counted. I thought everyone counted. What do you mean, man?
They're 4 GP. I know they're 4 GP each. You should be able to drink these fucking things liberally and at least get something from them that isn't 2 hit points.
Chips, nice. You're basically drinking like Gatorade and hoping it heals you.
And so I'm gonna make some tiers. We're gonna lower the minor, do minor, lesser, moderate, greater, and superior. So that way there's 5 tiers of healing. I was considering that's why this is a question. Do we adjust the value of the healing potions to flat values? And if we'd adjusted it, it'd be between a 5 to 10 for minor, 10 to 15 for lesser, 20 to 25 for moderate, 40 to 45 for greater, and 80 to 85 for superior. You're nerfing them all, but buffing. Well, I don't think so. I basically rounded up on all of them. If we make it 10 for minor, that's 2 above the highest that you can roll.
Lori, you fool. Now you see what you've done. You've led him at your system.
me grabbing all of the Lego blocks and immediately removing them.
He's become the gnome to your Pathfinder. He's just tinkering with everything. Laura's crying.
fucking
What are you doing?
Don't you ever fucking call me that.
Wait, you're gonna mute me like Gren,
Yes.
who still isn't mute? By the way, unmuted
Oh well, they haven't been in the call with me for me to unmute them.
with
so,
you specifically.
Yeah. I think anybody can
You're-
unmute them. I think any of the mods can.
Your mods are cowards because you muted them. They didn't want to usurp your authority, which is hilarious, by the way.
Mute him then.
You really are a tyrant, you know.
I hold my people.
You really have driven like the fear of God in them. Even though if Ziva's quit, this entire Discord would fall apart. I'm pretty sure.
Let my people. Yeah, we'd be overrun with bots because Legion's too much of a coward to kill them.
He is only. He must be Union because he's like only art bots. Sorry, that's my job.
Took me 2 months before I started taking hammers to it. What of it? I said this was going to happen.
It's so funny.
Listen, I can't help it.
Why? Why would you do this? Crown goes, because I can.
It's funny.
He's like, you don't know what you're doing. Crown's like, I know.
I'll watch the sun rise on a grateful universe. I'm also thinking of making it a single action as long as you're wearing the potion. If the potion worn on your person, meaning on a belt or bandolier or something like that, you spend one action to grab and drink instead of requiring several. But you also need a hand free.
Ooh.
So you'll still need a hand free. That's still the caveat, that you need a hand free. But if you wear it, if it's worn on your person, it's one action to grab it and drink it in that same action. Why do you
Yeah. Because that's like, I'm pretty sure that's like a foundational thing of Pathfinder is actions to using your hands and inventory management.
I'm aware. That's why you still need to have a free hand.
I also know why you're doing that and who specifically it's for.
I mean, it's for me.
It's for you?
Yeah, so I can beat the shit out of you.
Oh, I see.
Don't you understand? Accessibility stuff is so I can simply increase the threat of stuff that you fight.
I
You
see.
understand I'm here to kill you?
No, I get it.
I want you to be able to fight greater and greater threats. And by doing so, give you options to heal in the middle of combat.
I see.
Instead of taking 3 actions to grab a potion, you can do it in 1 now. Which means I can beat the shit out of you.
Okay, but I thought the monsters were balanced already. What happened to that sophisticated British gentleman?
They're balanced.
Monsters were balanced.
It just means I can throw a level 3 monster at you instead
Now
of
you're-
a level 2.
You've unzipped me. It's all coming apart.
It makes you feel alive. They have belt slots for potions and scrolls for Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Nice.
Yeah, they got rid of that in the remaster.
Fuck! Bringing it back.
Now it's just, if it isn't in your backpack, it's 1.
Oh,
And
okay,
that
that's
can
fine.
be everything up to your maximum bulk.
That's fine. That works. Do you think the party would encounter alchemical items more often than magical consumables? I don't know much about alchemical healing options, unfortunately.
Speaking of that, you might want to take a look at the elixir of life. It's the alchemical equivalent to the healing potion.
Oh, interesting.
Curious.
Technically, you're more likely to come across elixirs of life because you don't need magical crafting to make them, and alchemists can pump out elixirs of life but can't make healing potions without the right feats.
Oh, this kind of works out then. Maybe we move the flat numbers to the elixirs, but healing potions have random dice, so D8s, 2D8s, all that shit,
You roll for
because
which
they're
dice it
magical.
heals.
No. Because they're magical, healing potions get rid of persistent damage versus elixirs, which don't. That would fit in what we've done with 5th edition. I could see that. I could work with that.
I can
I
work
can
with
cope
this. I can cope with this.
Elixirs of life. Flat values. We'll still give them the yeah, this is basically what I was doing with 5th edition, where all the alchemical stuff had flat values. They healed by percentages, but they didn't get rid of they didn't get rid of dots. But healing potions did, but they cost more. So the alchemical healing options were cheaper, but they did less. So I could cook with that. I can cook.
So is the plan just whenever you would drink a healing potion, you counteract all of the conditions on you? The
Yes.
persistent ones. So we're reducing the action cost by 1, and we're allowing it to counteract multiple persistent damage sources on you.
Correct, because I will
That's
be using
a colossal buff.
because I will be using persistent damage way fucking more.
It's a very good point. And you don't want to tax their actions
He
every turn with
loves
assisted
Correct.
recovery.
persistent damage.
I
No.
love persistent damage.
He wants us going through this dungeon just with like a keg on our back.
Just full
Just
of
like,
healing.
yeah, with like a straw going from the keg to our mouths as we just chug through the dungeon.
Yeah, get your camelbacks on right now.
Yeah. Eridan's got
So-
the like football hat with 2 beers on top, except it's health potions.
Would the intention be to get a little bit of damage in no matter what, or would it be to let them have the opportunity to counteract it before taking damage?
It would basically be an option. It would basically be like, because I saw it with the last encounter against Pyre Fury, where people were purposefully spending an action on their turn to attempt to roll the recovery check as a way of like dealing with it before it hit them. And I would want to give them another option of doing that instead of it being just an action.
So it's like drinking the healing potion gives you the effects of assisted recovery, letting you make the recovery check with reduced DC.
Yes.
I like that.
So you grab a healing potion, a minor, lesser, whatever, you drink it, you immediately heal, and then instead of a 15, it's a 10. Hell, it could even be at like moderate. It just gets rid of it. So you don't even have to make the roll once you're drinking like a moderate potion.
It might be a shout to make it so that, it just gets rid of it if it's the item's level or lower. But if it's a higher, then maybe it attempts to counteract.
Oh, interesting.
That way you don't just get people chugging miners to get rid of like level 25s.
I'm slurping it.
Slorping, dude.
Yeah.
Because
How
I
would
would just keep
you-
a supply of miners just for counteracting if that was the case.
I'm kind of fine with that though, because you're spending an action still.
Yeah, and I mean, you're not going to be getting very much HP at those levels.
Correct. You're getting
For using
5,
the
which is
miners.
fucking nothing at like level.
Not
Even
good.
right now, with like Formir having like 29 hit points or like not even like way fucking higher. Hold on.
Yeah.
A good rate
34.
a good rate for health to level ratio is starting at level 1 and sort of going up in spell ranks. So if level 1 is, level 1 spells, level 2 is level 1 spells, etc., etc. You kind of want the lay on hands rate, which is 6 HP per spell rank. So per 2 levels. If you're at level 3 and using 1 action to heal yourself, you want 12 HP.
Okay. Why is it only a D8 then?
Because at level 3 you use lesser potions.
Yeah, but if you're saying at level 1, you want that.
At
The
level
average
1,
you're
you
getting
want
is
6 HP.
But even then, the average from a miner is only 4. There's no like +2 or anything like in D&D.
You'll find that in Pathfinder, casters have this a lot. There are levels where you are decidedly weaker than others. The rates, the sort of graphs of power increase, they stagger at certain levels for certain classes. A good example is level 9 for casters. The way proficiencies increase over the natural course of leveling, casters hit a table at level 9, and a lot of people refer to level 9 as the support level, because you can't match anybody in terms of damage at level 9, because your proficiencies haven't quite caught up with everybody else yet. But then once you plateau and you start catching up, then you're good to go again. So level 9 is kind of the worst one for casters, but I mean, I've got casters at level 9 and they have no problem.
Okay, so they're
But
like
it's
little
something to watch out
plateaus
for.
that they hit.
Yeah, and level 1's the first little plateau. Because you've got all of that ancestry HP, which gets less and less valuable as you level up, you don't need that plus on your healing, because you've got that little pocket of HP. You know what I mean? You have an average higher HP at level 1 than you do because of your ancestry than you do at level 5, because you haven't got the ancestry as big as a contributing factor at level 5 than you do at level 1. You're chonky at level 1 is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. I mean, I definitely noticed that. Like, level 1 Pathfinder characters have around like level 3 D&D character health.
Yeah, until a kobold crits you with a pickaxe.
Correct. Yeah.
Or a dwarf.
Me going, all right, and I rolled to, it's a natural 20. 22 points of damage.
Fatal.
Oopsie daisy.
I meant to change that.
Yeah, it was a very funny moment, aside from probably not funny to Formir, who just watched himself get crit by what is effectively a -1 guy. And that was also an eye-opening moment for the rest of the party where they went, yo, Fatal's kind of fucking sick. How do I get a Fatal weapon?
After that, you was like, I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna take one of them.
Yeah, give me that pickaxe. I need that right now.
Take some of those and one of these.
Okay, so we make... Oh, you know what? That's great, because if we have the healing potion only reduce the assisted recovery roll, but we make things like bandages, burn salves, and stuff that just remove it, that also incentivizes the party to use those items over health potions.
Makes sense to me. What do you want to do about the potion patch?
Well, nothing is a potion patch.
So the potion patch turns a 2-action activity for drinking a potion into a 1-action activity. You basically preload the patch, and then during that day, you can tap the patch to administer the potion. So maybe you could make it like a free action, or you can make it so that you don't have to have your hands empty.
Oh, that's easily
Something
what we
like
would
that.
do. We would just have it be, so the benefit of a potion patch is that it requires no hands.
Yeah, easy mode. There's no limit to how many potion patches you can have on you either, except for your wallet.
Oh, really? You can just have, like, they're just, you're just
You could be
covered in
mummified.
patches?
Yeah. If you're rich enough, you could be mummified.
Yippee!
They are consumed on use, though.
Oh, that's perfect. Are there going to be limited amounts of potions items you could hold on your person for quick use? I don't think so. I feel like with how I've run games so far, the party uses their stuff pretty liberally. So I don't imagine even in 5th edition, there was never a moment where the party was hoarding their stuff. The party drank healing elixirs like they were water, which is what I wanted. I don't like when people hoard stuff. I want you to use your things. I want you to use your spells. I want you to use your abilities. So I'm going to make you use those abilities. I will hit you for 30 points of damage and make you drink that healing potion. because I find that when the party tries to hoard stuff, that's when they die. Because it's not like I'm stingy with these items. It's not like it's not like early CTF where the party had no fucking money.
Mhm.
I let the party buy everything they want, more or less. They've got a magic shop vendor in Eliond. They've got merchants that'll sell them healing elixirs, bandages, burn salves, medicinal herbs. They're gonna choke pote. Yeah, exactly. And that's sort of the style that I like. I like giving the party things and the party using those things or finding value in those things. If a clutch healing potion turns the tide of a battle, that's what I want. But you know what? Maybe I'm looking at it from a different perspective. Sizzle, what do you want as a player when it comes to potions and the like?
What? What do you mean?
Exactly that. What do you, when you think of like potions and like, what do you want from them?
Well, in Pathfinder, items seem to be much more valid. I don't know, man. I want them to be useful, either by having a multitude of simple items or a few very important items. Like, either works as long as it's balanced. Like, I mean, as a healer, I don't want to be completely. I don't want to just be overwritten by health potions, I guess. But so far, it doesn't seem like it to be the case at the moment.
Interesting. Well, I mean, I don't think you'd be overwritten because you don't really heal in combat.
True.
Are you worried that they'll take your? I don't know. I feel like the party would be pretty dumb to write off Aridin because you're an out of combat healer. You basically top everyone off at the end of combat, when combat's over.
Yeah, but Formir can also do that.
Sure.
So technically, Formir will be better at it if we continue with this campaign. That's one thing I've learned is that natural healing is kind of bait.
Interesting, really.
Yeah, well, because you don't get... So, natural healing lets you heal with nature. And there's some things that will... There are some feats, like I found one, that will let you improve your nature healing. But your nature healing will never be as good as actual just straight up medicine, I don't think. Because you don't get battle medic, you don't get the feats that let you, for instance, heal during combat. Nature medicine seems to be something that you get as like a backup healer, not if your main thing is healing. If your main thing's healing, you should just go medicine.
So you are correct about the feats. Definitely having, at the very least, expert in medicine, even if you take natural healing, is preferable, because then you get access to all the best feats from the medicine sort of tree, if you like. That said, natural medicine's main use, and the major reason why most people take it, is that it gives you a +2, a bonus that you wouldn't typically get when doing those kinds of checks. Now, obviously, you need to be in nature to do that, but a +2 is no laughing matter. A +2 could get you a crit quite easily. But that said, if you took like the medic archetype or something, just for a quick splash, you could get some disgusting healing numbers, even with natural medicine, and you know, the medic archetype would give you the expertise in medicine.
I ended up taking the what was it? It's like the alchemical dedication, the one that lets you make health elixirs. Herbalist dedication, and that lets you get a feat that basically applies the +2 to all of your heals default, and if you're in the wilderness, you get a +4. So there is that. I don't know if that would. I don't know if that outdoes medicine as a straight feat.
I can tell you right now, if you're critting more often, you are going to fucking super outpace like
Yeah.
their regular medicine rolls.
Maybe.
Kind of. It all revolves around the medic archetype. Somebody who doesn't have that archetype but has really high medicine is probably going to be on par with somebody who has the herbalist dedication and natural medicine and things like that. Once you get the medic archetype, you're basically telling the GM, by the way, I heal people. This isn't a game anymore. I'm a medic. And when you take the medic archetype, you become a medic, and you can feel it in the game. Every time you succeed, you get an extra 5 or 10 or 20 or 40 HP, depending on the challenge of the DC that you set for yourself.
Oh, that's right. You set
really
your
ramp up
own.
the healing. You set your own DC, depending on your proficiency. So if you just want to succeed or crit, you could just pick the DC 15, you're Gucci. If you're an expert, you could go for the DC 20, which at higher levels is, trivial. And then as you progress, you can go for the legendary. And if you're doing the legendary, you're getting a +20 or a +40 to the healing that you do per 10 minutes. And if you consider that plus ward medic plus continual recovery, which are, feats that you will collect if you're going the medic route, you're talking about hundreds of healing per 10 minutes. It's, if you put the feats into it, you will do exactly what you want. Like, you'll get exactly what you want out of those feats. Now, that said, if you're looking for a quick dip and you've got other stuff that you want to be dealing with, natural medicine's a fantastic alternative. Or you could pick up natural medicine with a spare feat and then do the rest of the healing stuff. And then you've got all that crazy number stuff from the medic dedication, and you get a +2 if you know plans, which is just gravy.
Yeah. What archetype did Former grab? Do you remember?
Are you guys doing free archetype?
No.
You're just all picking archetypes.
Well, I thought you picked an archetype at the beginning, like a character creation, like your background. Or is it something else?
He has Dwarven Doubtiness.
What?
You're naturally calm. Oh, he reduces his frightened condition by 2. Mountain Stance as his class feat. Stunning Blows as his class feat. He has Catfall as his background feat, and then Battle Medicine. You can patch up wounds even in combat, attempt a medicine check with the same DC as the treat wounds, and restore the corresponding amount of hit points. This does remove the wounded condition. As with treat wounds, you can attempt checks against higher DCs if you have a minimum proficiency rank. The target is then immune to your battle medicine for 1 day.
There's a very important note with battle medicine.
You need to be holding or wearing the healer's kit.
So battle medicine says that it does everything like treat wounds. It is not treat wounds. So things like ward medic and all of these feats that affect treat wounds don't affect battle medicine. And that's very much by design.
Also means that you're not hitting the 10-minute cooldown either, I would imagine.
Correct, they're separate cooldowns.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter because we're playing to level 2. But if we were doing a long campaign, I'd probably redo Aridin to be an actual healer and just go into medicine. Because ultimately, I think medicine... it makes sense, right? If you're going to do medical roleplay and medicine as your primary gig, then you should probably just take medicine. Like, if that's your primary role. If you are like a druid and you don't have anyone doing medicine or you want a backup, then like natural medicine is a good alternative. But it is an alternative. And that's what I'm learning with Aridin. Or you take both, and then you're just a
God.
heal bot. You're just a heal bot.
Your mercy
God.
veins.
You're just you're a mercy vein. You're correct.
No, it should be
Honestly,
noted,
Eridan. Oh,
in regard to Eridan in combat, though, you are the only one who can do a 2-action heal to fully heal somebody potentially in the middle of combat
with what?
with heal.
Oh, as a spell. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, if you take it for 2 actions, you target a person and basically full heal them, which is very, very valuable because that's one thing medicine can't do. It has battle medicine, but battle medicine's for a pinch. The heal spell, the soothe spell, and anything else that gives HP during the throes of combat is always going to be very, very valuable.
This is true. This is true. I do have the advantages of spell casting and ways to mitigate damage, like Protector Tree. So there is that.
Oh, Protector Tree. Beloved.
Actually didn't do anything, but that's fine.
I didn't need to. Your fucking party were literally one-shotting the
Correct.
dwarves. But it was
intertwine
there
my fingers,
just in case.
And I go, yes, very good.
I don't know if I mentioned this about Protector Tree yet, but Protector Tree is near and dear to my heart. Every party I've ever ran for has a wood kineticist that spams Protector Tree. So I've learned quite a lot about the spell. And there is drastically little information about the tree.
Yeah.
You can summon it wherever you want as long as the space is unoccupied. The tree is effectively a non-thing in terms of movement. You can just move through it, no problem, no difficult terrain, no nothing. It technically doesn't impede movement in any way, so it can't help you climb or anything like that.
You can't end your space in the tree, right? That's the only.
You can end your space in the tree. That's
Yeah,
a
it
very
doesn't-
important distinction.
It doesn't hamper your movement.
Yeah,
At
you
all.
can't summon it
Wow.
in someone's space, but you can end your turn there.
Mm.
The tree also doesn't have object immunities, and I wanted to bring up object immunities because it came up in the game as well. One of the immunities that all objects have is critical hits. You can't crit hit an object. You either hit it or you don't. So when you have things like fatal or deadly, they don't affect objects in the same way that they do creatures. Yeah.
I look
I'm
at the
shy.
manacles. Oh,
Whoopsies.
Yeah. Technically speaking, there's a different trait for that called raising, which ignores hardness, which is the way of getting around that. But it means that you can't just have somebody critically hit your wall of force and destroy the wall of force in one swipe.
Well, shit.
You know what I mean?
Daisy. Whoopsie daisy.
There's a bunch of different ways of bypassing hardness, but it's you can't crit, like a
Oh.
wall, for example.
Hey,
Lore.
boss.
Lore.
Hold on. Let
Lore.
them finish talking.
Lore, my good man.
Oh, I'm law.
Oh, well, actually, can finish your thought on tree, and then I'll ask the big question.
The tree also doesn't have any of the other traits and properties of objects, meaning it can be damaged with persistent damage like bleed. The tree can bleed. The tree can also be frightened, fleeing, doomed, and every other condition that affects people and
Oh,
players.
shit. You
Because it's an
demoralize a tree?
You can target the tree with spells and abilities. It doesn't have an immunity to emotion effects like objects do.
I
because it
lower
doesn't
its,
have any
I
object
lower its
immunities.
armor class even further by frightening the tree.
You can feint the tree.
Holy shit.
And this is an interesting thing as well, and this is why it's important. Because the tree doesn't have object immunities, you can crit the tree, which is very, very important, because it has an AC of 10 and that never changes.
Oh my god.
No matter what level you
Yeah,
get
it's
to.
very-
Fucking tree.
It's very.
If
If
you
you actually
want-
target the tree, it will just explode.
So I always give my players a little bit of leeway here. If somebody's unfamiliar with Protector Tree and they're fighting them like a wolf or something, they'll always give it one bite, get intercepted by the tree, and then figure out the tree is doing some stuff, and then they'll start attacking the tree. But typically, if somebody knows what's up with magic, they'll see the Protector Tree and be like, no, snap their fingers, disintegrate the tree, and then carry on.
Oh my god.
Well,
Fuck
hey.
you.
I mean, it still did its
Knowledge
job,
spell.
right?
I mean, exactly right. It intercepted some action economy from an opponent.
That's the ultimate thing: is if you use a spell to disintegrate it, then I still win.
Yeah, everything boils down to astronomy. But anyway, that's the protector tree. What was your question?
Wait,
GM,
sorry. Oh, I was gonna add something to Lore about the
Oh,
tree.
okay.
Let
About the
it
tree.
do it.
No, it
Is
doesn't
it
make fruit.
is it conscious?
Great
Does
question.
it retain its memory when you recast it?
It
Like,
can't
okay,
speak.
is it?
Well, technically it could.
I think
Yeah,
that's
if you have like,
Aerodin.
yeah, yeah, if you're like Aerodin and you have like tree empathy, like plant empathy, right? Does it retain every time
you
it
don't-
recast? Is it still the same?
You
Is
don't
it the
want to
same
talk
tree?
to that tree dog.
Why have
Okay,
you
what
brought
sort
me
of?
here just to suffer?
Yeah.
don't
What's
If I recall,
Is
I
it
think
like-
it's summoned from the plane of wood, which is literally just a plane of shrubbery. So
So-
it's like
Nice.
one of many, essentially.
one of many? Is it like? I'm sorry, I got engrossed about this one tree. Is it like? Is, okay, so
I'm right there
so
with you.
is every druid casting the same tree? Is it like a clone
Oh
of?
my God.
Is it like?
That could certainly be something to speak with your GM about. I personally pray it's not the same tree. Because that tree would be the wisest creature in all of any lore. You know what I mean? If they
What if
literally
I
had-
mean, if we're gonna talk
it's the
about
same one.
specifically Adis lore, I mean, it could be like a representation of the first end. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, there's potential there for
Whoa.
sure.
Hey,
I'm just saying. If we're
Build
gonna,
Avatar team.
get into the weeds, haha, teehee. You know, I'm just saying it could have some relevance, but it could also just be a tree because it does just
Yeah, in this
If it
one, says
survives-
is it just a tree?
it does
Yeah.
specify that if the tree is in a place where a tree can grow and it survives, it is
It'll
now
stay
just permanently
forever.
a tree there.
Mhm. Technically speaking, though, and this is kind of fun, you can conjure the tree in midair above somebody. Doesn't do anything,
Huh.
but you can because
It
it's
just
one unoccupied
floats
space
like
within
a Gary's
range.
mod prop.
Yeah,
Just
so
spawn.
I've had people spawn the protector tree on cliff sides and things when they're climbing, and they're getting
That's-
harried by something.
Hilarious. The tree fucking is
Yeah,
falling.
the
He's like,
tree
why?
protects. The tree's very good.
Oh, this just raises so many questions about the tree.
Yeah, I was the exact same.
background of
When I
the
saw
tree.
it didn't have object immunities, I was like, what do you mean? What does that mean?
Oh, wait. So the regular trees have like object immunity?
Yes.
Okay, so
You're
if
summoning a spectral tree, so I mean, what do you expect?
I mean,
What do you expect her?
I guess.
What do you mean you guess? It's literally a spectral tree.
Yeah.
But it's alive. It can die. It
It's like-
bleeds.
If it,
It doesn't
All right.
bleed.
Die.
It doesn't
I
bleed.
interlace my fingers. Once once combat's over and the tree becomes a tree, does it have object permanence then or protection?
Yes. It gains object.
My God.
Yeah, you're
I hate
basically
this spell.
summoning a spirit, and then once combat's over, that spirit takes shape.
It's like it's free real estate.
Yeah, it becomes permanent.
That's how I'd
One
see
with the
it.
land.
Nice.
You could definitely spin it that way. I highly recommend, like, because Protector Tree is going to be, at the very least, if you continue with Pathfinder, because Protector Tree is such a common spell, I would very much figure out how you want to make your Protector Tree. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
You got to figure out, like, what you're going to allow and what you're not going to allow. Do you want to go the creative way and let them make bridges out of it? Or do you want to go the non-creative way, the sort of
Yeah.
like nerfed way, which is like
I could already
closer
see
to the game's intentions.
myself being like, protector tree. I climb over it to get over the wall.
So this is it. You know, I've had players say out of combat, you know, my wood kineticist player who's a kitsune, he just turns into a little fox, tiny creature, and goes, Jim, can I create a protector tree to like lift myself up to this ledge? And I'm like, yeah. So that sounds dope. But then
Well,
next
you'd have
thing
to
I
be
know,
like-
he's doing it every single time.
You'd have to. It couldn't lift you up. Like you couldn't spawn it underneath you.
Well,
You'd have
this
to
is
climb
you know,
it.
rules
then
is
they have to
written
roll
that he couldn't
athletics.
occupy the space and all this jazz, but you know, he's a wood kineticist, ruler cool, all that kind of stuff. So it's good to sort of set boundaries, but you know, be loosey goosey with it. You know, have fun with it.
Hmm.
Are you adding all the oh hell yeah.
I mean, the way I see it, it's an either or, right? It either is the protector tree and it has an AC of 10 and an HP of 10 and it does the protector tree, Or it's just a tree and it's no longer protecting you. It solidifies and is just chilling. And then it does all the things that trees do.
That's a really good way of thinking about it. So, like, do the spell, wait the timer, and then use it as a bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. Damn, that's
so. Okay, here's the big question, though. Here's the big question. Not related to Protector Tree, but very important. Yeah, lore. How does one jump in Pathfinder?
Oh my god, bro.
So,
explain that. What?
I'm so glad you asked. Let me go ahead and get my reference material.
I do got the mental illness.
It just so happens that I've prepared for this question. So, long jump's pretty easy. The DC 15 is pretty much, you're always going to hit that. The point is that whatever you roll on your athletics check is how far you jump.
You overestimate me. As I slip on a banana.
As long as it's up to your speed, basically. So typically when you do a long jump or a high jump, you got to get a running start. Makes sense, right? Everybody does that when they're doing jumps.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're doing a long jump, it's very, very easy to go horizontal in Pathfinder. It's very, very difficult to go vertical in Pathfinder. And there's a reason for that, and it's action economy. So long jumping is very simple. You basically roll athletics. As long as it's above a 15, you get to go as far as you roll. So let's say I roll a 24. On a success, which is against a DC 15, you leap, which is another action, up to a distance of your check, rounded down to the nearest 5. So that's 20 feet. Now, if I'm a monk with a speed of 35, I can do that easily. Now, if I roll a DC 15 for the long jump and I roll a 40, I can jump my full speed of 35. And I can just yeet myself. High jump is different. Because high jump, the way that it's sort of balanced, if you like, climb is a single action. High jump is 2 actions. You only get 3 feet with a leap, which is 1 action. The payoff of doing the extra run up and spending the extra action is that you could potentially go 5 feet higher. So you pass the check and you've essentially consolidated the action of stride, leap, and climb into 1 single high jump action. So you've turned 3 actions into 2 actions by doing the high jump, which is why it's a DC 30, because they only want you to be able to do that consolidation at higher levels as the payoff of investing into athletics. Not to mention, if you do proper feat sort of choices and picks, if you lean heavily into athletics and you get something called powerful leap, you get an extra 5 feet on high jumps and long jumps. So if you were to lower the high jump DC to say DC's by level, at level 1 I think that's 17, an average roll at level 1 is +7, so or the best rolls that you can do are +7, so that's a 10 on the dice. That's a 55% chance of success, 10% chance of critical success, and that means that you're 10% chance of leaping, assuming you have the powerful leap feat at level 1. You're leaping 13 feet vertical. 13 feet. Now, if you grab a ledge of something that's 15 feet up, assuming your character is a certain height, you've effectively done 3 actions for the price of 1. Or 2, depending on how you spec your feats. It's very, very powerful for action consolidation. And that's why high jump's a DC 30. So when you're thinking about high jump, I want you to just not do that. If you're going to do high jumps, I recommend just climbing. Or doing a horizontal jump and then finding other ways up. Climbing is the best thing that you can do at low levels. Once you start getting, able to hit that DC 30, that's when you're going to want to start doing high jumps, or when you start speccing into the athletics feats. So, it's like if you wanted to climb a mirror surface, like something perfectly smooth. It's a legendary proficiency check. The DC is 40. You could, technically speaking, see that at level 1. But it's a check that isn't even worth rolling because you simply cannot perform that feat. In the same way that the swim action the legendary swim action example in the book, is swimming up a waterfall.
Yeah.
You can do that at level 20. But at level 1, it's still water and rivers.
So
And that's
to
what it is.
review, to long jump, do you stride during the 2 action to long jump?
Yeah, so think of it like this. The first
Okay.
action in the 2 actions is the stride. You got to go 10
Okay.
feet, at
You
least.
spend another action to long jump. The minimum you can go is 15 as a long jump because that's the check you got to make.
You got to hit the DC 15.
Right. So if you minimum, you're going 15 feet forward if you jump and succeed. Maximum,
so if
you're
fail,
going.
this is important as well. If you fail,
okay.
you still get to leap.
Okay.
And a leap is 10 feet.
Okay. So the minimum you're going is 10 feet.
Mm-hmm.
You're not like going prone or slipping and.
No, a crit
Breaking your
fail is
ass.
when the bad stuff happens.
Understood. So if you just fail, you're going 10. If you succeed, you're going minimum 15. Maximum your movement
Whatever
speed
your
based on
speed
your
is.
roll.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then for high jump, you don't.
Yeah, if you're high jumping, you want to do it at later levels. Otherwise, you could just do a leap, in which case it's a 3-foot high jump.
Hmm.
Now, that said, there is a very, very cool feat that's legendary for athletics called Cloud Jump. Let's use our monk example again. 35 speed. Let's say I'm a level 20 monk, and I have Cloud Jump. Well, with Cloud Jump, I can just be midair and do another jump. Exactly.
That's pretty fucking cool.
That's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty fucking level 20.
He's
So
double jumping.
the idea is that at level 20, you would do the high jump with all those feats that I talked about before. We're talking like 20-foot jump high, 20-foot jump, 20-foot jump. You're 60 foot in the air just by kicking the air. You know what I mean?
Wow.
You know, once you get to that level of play, you know, your character is basically heroic.
Mm.
Be investing
They
all
are.
my levels
Mm.
in acrobatics
Yeah.
and athletics so I can surf and complete a surf map.
Hey, let me tell you, if you want to be a dominant martial force
Hell
in
yeah, simulator.
combat, if you want to be that guy, acrobatics, athletics. You won't be doing shit outside of combat. But
Sure,
in
I'll be
combat,
leaping
you will
around.
be
I'll be
him.
jumping from house to house and bothering the neighbors.
The only downside will be action economy. The only thing holding you back will be time.
Hmm.
There it is. Yippee!
But yeah, jumping's pretty simple. My advice
No.
is if you have bad athletics, which I think is some of the party, right? Everything's obviously got trash athletics.
What the fuck?
I know you're trained in it, but you're not a strength boy.
Uh,
Has
I
anybody else
have a
got? If
plus
you've got
Everybody's
a
six.
trained
Thank
in
you
it.
very much.
Everybody's trained in it. Who's got the worst roll?
Arendelle has the worst.
Erindil, okay. And that was a
Swashbuckler?
+5. Okay, +5's not too bad because you're trying to hit a DC 15 here.
Ooh,
But if you don't
Aaron's-
want to make a check, if it's literally just like, I don't know, Baldur's Gate 3, right? You see that little button that you can press and it just says, hey, you can go this far. If you just want to do that jump, take the leap action. It's 10 feet or 15 feet if you've got 30 speed, which I think Erindil does during Panache. So you could literally just horizontal jump instead using leap. It's only if you need to go further than what leap provides that you would do a running jump, a long jump.
Hmm. So basically, never high jump unless you have the feats for it.
Correct. High jumping is 3 feet. If it's anything more than 3 feet, then you've got to be that guy first. You've got to spec into that. You've got to be an athlete to go higher than that. Or use magic, like the jump spell,
Adapt.
which lets you jump 30 feet high.
Hmm.
I don't need physics.
Yeah, I have magic on my side. Gods and anime. But yeah. Oh, and quick jump, by the way. Incredible feat. You haven't really seen it yet because you hasn't had the opportunity to go full pogo, but removing that initial stride from long jump is disgusting at sort of 4th, 5th onward level. You has a speed of 25?
Correct.
So when they're able to hit that DC of 20, 25, whatever, they're going to be doing, assuming that they have quick jump, 1 action long jumps over all of your difficult terrain.
Oh.
Yeah. Difficult terrain doesn't exist if you have athletics. Because you just leap over the difficult terrain. Same goes for everybody else. If you've got a decent speed, you can leap for 1 action for 15 feet and leap over 3 squares of difficult terrain.
So I have 30 speed. How far do I leap?
30 speed is 15 feet leap.
Oh, that's pretty nice. People just see Aaron's long ass legs as he goes up the stairs in 2 steps.
Should be noted as well. Pardon. If you are legendary in athletics and you've taken all the athletics feats up until legendary, you will have a climb speed equal to your movement speed and a swim speed equal to your movement speed. You are an athlete.
Wow. That's crazy.
Making the gods jealous.
He's just so handsome.
He's just so handsome. That's how you get smited. You better be careful. Sorry, Chad. I'm currently adjusting the images that you are upload into Founder right now. Updating them in real time. Like this one. Actually caught a stream. What's up? Come with the fall been carrying me through work the last couple of weeks. Hell yeah, brother. Nice. Glad you've been enjoying it.
I should have started the Final Fantasy update sooner.
Weren't you updating it last night?
No, last night it was down for maintenance.
Ooh.
Correct. So I couldn't update shit. I downloaded it, but now it's got to update. And it was down for maintenance last night. So I got on tonight and I booted it up. I'm like, I'm going to update it. And it's a crisp 0.02 megabytes a second right now. I can only assume because everybody's updating right now, I imagine.
All right, so what do we do?
What do you do?
So we're going to have the healing potions, the dice rolls. They're also going to give you recovery. So when you drink them, it lowers the DC of your flat recovery check from a 15 to a 10. That's just a bonus for drinking a healing potion.
The bonus.
The elixirs of life aren't going to do that, but I think we're going to give them flat values instead.
Okay. I'm dying. Wait.
Unlucky.
Oh shit, we hit 0.04 megabytes a second.
So it's a maximum of 24 hit points. How many hit points do you have at level 5 for like a fighter? Or
I think it's like 10 a level, right? So assuming you have 8 at level 1, that's 18 plus 40 is 58.
You want to know what my HP is at level 5?
D20.
41.
Oh, that's actually pretty good. You'll be fine.
Thanks, man.
You'll be fine. You won't be fine.
Oh.
Ribs grow back. No, they don't.
Uh-oh.
What do we give to elixirs of life?
I mean, they're already good against diseases, which is the one thing that you haven't got covered yet. Because diseases are just as dangerous, if not more, than poison and persistence.
Right.
And everything's got rabies in Pathfinder.
Oh, I should
I
need to make the fucking diseases from Darkest Dungeon now that I
By
can.
the way, dog, I'm going to give you some
also-
advice right here, GM to GM, because this is the good shit, right? Don't tell them they've caught the disease. Just roll something. Just don't even do it from the stat block, because they'll see the name of the thing in there. Just roll a d20. Do it later as well, after the fight, when they don't think about it. I'm just rolling something real quick. Just roll a secret d20, and then look at their modifiers. And just see how many of them caught it. Because typically they have an onset period of like 10 minutes to a day. And that means you've got some, you got some playtime. And then when they wake up in the morning feeling like hell, they'll have no idea. Potentially. Obviously, me saying this information can tip the hat a bit. But I always keep a physical rock on the desk for me to roll for those occasions. Because there's nothing better than party waking up in a tent and one of them is deadly sick.
Nice.
And they don't know why or how. And they've done 8 encounters the previous day and they have no idea which one did it. And I see Artuk saying that's messed up. You're damn right that's messed up.
The next day, the party wakes up. They go, "Oh, I don't feel so good. Eridan, what's the matter with us?" And a light shines through. An angel descends from heaven and hands out a scroll to Eridan, and he reads it and it goes, wasting disease. We all have wasting disease.
You have 3
Buckle up.
days. Yeah.
You're going to shit yourself now.
Your hit point maximum reduced by 50%.
Ooh. I was going to die one hit anyway.
That'll get you killed. That will get you killed. Now, the drained condition, absolutely. Half.
I'm just going off the percentages that Darkest Dungeon give you. Darkest Dungeon is like your hit points reduced by like 25%, 50%. I think wasting disease is the worst disease you can get in Darkest Dungeon 2.
I think
worse than
rabies
the
is the best
plague?
round in Darkest Dungeon 1. That gives you a damage bonus if I remember right.
Rabies gives you a strength bonus, yeah.
Oh, so good.
Yes.
Give me rabies.
I can bite anything.
You have like a chance at the start of your turn to either get dazed or you get a strength token.
Nice.
Which is like a 50% damage increase to whatever attack you do.
Nice. I also learned that I still need a healer's kit, even though I have mud. Turns out mud can't do everything.
Mud will
I
help
know.
in a pinch, though.
Mud
When you're
will help in a
stuck in
pinch.
a cell, arrested by the Rossi or by the Popo, you're
What's Rozzy got to do with this?
gonna be really happy that you got that mud.
I'm sure I will be, but I still need a healer's kit because I can't treat anything like poison or anything really.
That's true.
Treatments.
That's how I worked wasting disease in TOS. Was it's minus 20% of your hit point maximum,
Brr.
and you do not heal on a long rest or a short rest. You can only
In
receive.
Pathfinder.
Well,
I mean, in Pathfinder, that's basically
yeah, it's nothing because of your guys' long rest is wild. But I would make it. You don't rest from exploration activities. You don't get any healing from
Wow.
exploration activities.
Now that is dangerous.
I know.
I like it. 10 out of 10. Let's kill some players.
Rabies is a minus 5% hit point max. And at the start of your turn, you have a chance to either get a blindness token, which is a minus 50% chance to hit, or a strength token, which is a plus 50% damage increase. I think it's only one of the only like benefiting diseases. Everything else is penalties.
I mean, you can translate that.
From contracting anything, so that makes sense.
You could convert those to Pathfinder quite easily using the pre-existing conditions, like drained and dazed.
Oh, 100%. Like, that's already something that I want to add is... Well, actually, I want to play with the diseases that you guys have already. Because you guys have some really cool diseases already.
The extraplanar diseases are my favorite.
Yeah, like actual alien shit that affects you.
Stuff like Mortashine.
Ish about that.
Right, but what if there was like a disease that like
it's on the Nukalave.
Buffed you?
There's diseases that buff you. Like, well, I guess, are there diseases? There's drugs in Pathfinder.
Well, like,
is what I'm trying to say.
Something that buffs you for a period of time, but then, like, at the end, basically exhausts you.
Yeah, you want to look at Zerk.
I'm Zerkin.
ZERK. That's the rage drug. Makes everyone a barbarian and then kills them at the end.
Ooh,
that's pretty extreme.
Yeah, drained is pretty good. Big fan. Big fan.
Your health and vitality have been depleted as you've lost blood, life force, or some other essence. Drained always includes a value. You take a status penalty equal to your drained value on con-based checks, such as fortitude saves. You lose a number of hit points equal to your level times the drained value, and your maximum hit points are reduced by the same amount. For example, if you've become drained 3 in your 3rd level character, you lose 9 hit points and reduce your hit point maximum by 9. Losing these hit points doesn't count as taking damage. Each time you get a full night's rest, your drained value decreases by 1. This increases your hit point maximum, but you don't immediately recover the lost hit points.
So if you do this to a kineticist, they will cry, which is what I did. But
nice.
This is the disease that I had, that I rolled in secret. And I basically just had a player wake up coughing black tar. And I was like, ooh, that's pretty bad. And all the players were like, recall knowledge. And I was like, yeah, that's Mortashine. That's a Fey plague. They were like, what? Yeah.
Would the DC to recall knowledge be a 28?
It would be whatever it is for the Nukalave, yeah.
Oh, 26. Okay.
If you have a low skill, though, it's easier.
Oh, yeah. If you have like the medicine or poxes or whatever lore you want to...
Should be noted, though. The rarity of the creature does affect the recall knowledge DCs. If it's unique,
I do remember that. I remember because Rin has a unique tag. And all of her shit
You could reduce that DC and have like a general recall knowledge. Like, hey, you may not know about this specific dragon, but you know this about all dragons. And you reduce the DC that way.
Okay.
But if they want to be like, okay, I want to learn about that guy, then you would use what's on the character sheet.
Like that.
Yeah, it's degrees of success, right? So if they don't hit the DC, but they're close, you could be like, you know that dragons can fly. And then leave it there.
Put all these. I don't know if I wanted to adjust the elixirs of life because they're alchemical, but I don't know how to adjust them. Because this is what alchemists, right?
Correct. It's their bread and butter.
I don't want to fuck
the
with
Churgeon.
alchemists.
Yeah, because now you're touching a class if you change this.
That was my thing. I was like, I forgot that there's a class that's literally like, I make all your consumables.
Yeah.
They pump them out too. The way that the new alchemist works is they have these things called versatile vials. which are consumable vials that they can use to basically make any alchemical thing in the throes of combat. They're very, very short term. You have to use them that round, otherwise they disappear. There are feats to, change that, but whatever. At base, you use them or lose them. So those vials refill 2 at a time every 10 minutes, and that's not an exploration activity, that's just a passive. So you will see 2 elixirs of life at the highest level they can make them every 10 minutes if you leave an alchemist alone to brew.
Bling, 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 bling.
Yeah, they're literally just like you see bubbles and popping noises and you smell gases. And then they come out with 2 vials and go, here you go. And then they go back in, slam the door and make 2 more. They can pump out healing, a Chirurgeon especially. And if you're a back alley doctor background Chirurgeon with medicine and the medic archetype, Christ. That is a non-magical healer like nothing. Like the gods wish they could do that.
Okay.
That is a surgeon and a chemist. Thaumaturge can do that too. Yeah, pretty much all the classes can do it. I think the Investigator, I'm pretty sure the Investigator had like a level 20 feat that could bring people back from the dead.
Oh,
That's
shit.
an Investigator. I'm pretty sure.
I found your soul.
Yeah, I found out why you're dead. I have solved the riddle. I have solved this crime. Now get up. I think it was the Investigator. I'm going to go fact check that.
Okay, we won't touch it then, but we will give it the fast acting. We'll still make it an action. It just needs to be worn. Alright, then I'll adjust picture and use that as the higher level one. Save. To adjust their brush sun. Coloring these in. Unless there's anything you guys can think of, chat, to add to alchemical elixirs of life and stuff. I don't really think there's anything.
I double checked. It wasn't the Investigator. I'm sad now.
Ah.
Oh, it was a different Marshal, and I'm not sure which one.
Investigator can't challenge the Goddess of Death to like a riddle off or something like that.
No, but at level 20 they can do 9 recall knowledge checks for 3 actions. So that's 6 actions consolidated. God damn. Honestly, I think even if you give alchemical alchemical potions that fast acting feat or trait, I think that's already very, very good. It's technically, depending on how you look at it, if you look at it in a vacuum, it's a nerf to the alchemist. But if you look at it in terms of aid assist challenges, and the players are going to be coming up against, it kind of makes you want to buff the alchemist more. Because they have feats that consolidate the things that we're talking about with this trait.
Oh, really?
Part of being an alchemist is that you can brew a thing and use it with the right feats for one action. They have action consolidation in that way. But I mean, they've got feats that let you throw potions at people. So, they've got plenty of other toys they can play with. It just makes certain feat choices a little bit weaker. I wouldn't feel too bad about that, though. No matter what changes you make, no matter how you tweak the system, things are going to get nerfed and buffed because of it.
Okay.
It's like the potion patch. You've already buffed the potion patch just by changing the way the potions work.
I'll have to see if anybody wants to. We'll see what happens when somebody wants to play an alchemist. I know
Yeah,
alchemist. What's up?
I would just check the feats. If they want to pick a feat and you're like, well, we already kind of have that, just buff the feat a little bit.
That's easily done.
Yeah. Give them a +1 or a +2 here, or, you know.
Alchemist Fire spam build is so good.
Yeah, with far lobber and quick lobber. One action, just make it, toss it, make it, toss it, make it, toss it. Your artillery. Yeah, for sure.
You're psychotic.
Oh,
What's
looking
interesting
really
to
good.
me is that healing potion only goes to major, but elixir of life goes to true. I wonder why there's one more elixir of life.
It's for the alchemist, probably. For the level 20 alchemists out there.
Huh. 10d6 plus 27 hit points and +4 item bonus to saving throws against disease poisons. Taps out at 87 for a max. Raiders! The Dirty Rollers, welcome. Welcome. Thank you for trusting me with your community. You have caught me in the middle of path brewing. What's that, you ask? Well, it's a home brewing Pathfinder 2nd Edition to adjust it and sort of make it fit better within the play style I seek. One of the first things that we're adjusting here are consumables, as well as making some. Hopefully you all had a good stream. Like to see Pathfinder stuff and don't really see a lot of homebrewing for it. Oh, hell yeah. Well, welcome on in. We had a bit of I had a little bit of a revelation during our Sunday game, where I was like, I'd like to see a couple things added to this already lovely system to sort of get it closer to what we're used to playing with in our 5th edition game. Now, I don't want to change everything. Let me get that very clear. I love what Pathfinder's doing. It's the reason that I want to move over to it as a system. There are just some things that I know that I would like to see sort of be welcomed as like a little bit of an ease of access. And one of them is making potions a 1 action thing instead of like a 2 or 3 action thing. And my players, they love the customization. Sizzle, how do you feel about the customization in Pathfinder?
I think it's really good. I quite enjoy it.
How do you feel as a spellcaster versus a spellcaster in D&D?
Ooh, okay. So I really much prefer spellcasting in Pathfinder. I'm gonna be real. At least as a support is great.
There you go.
Maybe it's more that I think being a support in Pathfinder feels better than being a support.
That would make
being
sense.
a support in D&D, because spellcasting is kind of basic. I'll be honest. I mean, heal is really good. Right? It's like I said, Pathfinder is really seems to be more about like small things, where small things make big differences. So adding a +1 here or there, giving a heal here or there, the protector tree, for instance. Like the leveled stuff is like big things, but you only get like 1, right? You got Vancy and Magic, which is interesting. And then the cantrips are a little more powerful than I would say they are in D&D. And they will probably get more powerful as they heighten, because I think they heighten or gain ranks more often than like in D&D. But being a support healer where I still have options after the battle. Because, like, as a cleric in D&D, right? If I'm a life cleric, once I'm out of spells, I'm basically like, well, good luck, guys.
That's me as Dell in
Yeah,
Curse of Strahd.
exactly.
I go, good luck,
So
everybody.
So I can't, like, speak for all casting. Like, I don't know how DPS casting feels, maybe, in comparison to, like, D&D. But a support feels a lot... It feels a lot better to be a support and have things to do after the battle than in D&D, where you use your spells and then you're like, hope you make it.
I like that idea, Artuk. I might actually take that where it's fast acting on yourself, but if you want to feed a potion to somebody else, it's going to be 2 actions. Customization options in 2E have been awesome. Hell yeah, I agree. Even just sort of watching my players sort of like tinker with their builds and stuff, and already are like, ooh, I want to build this thing. Like just looking at Path Builder or Nethys or the books, that already tells me a lot about this system.
Brother, we got to talk about this importing thing too at some point.
Huh?
It ain't it, Chief.
What you mean?
My advice, if you don't want to like keep having the issues that you had when you leveled up in Sash, in the top right of each character sheet is the level. Just boop, that number up by 1. And then it'll come up with all the menus for the choices that you make at that level. Just copy what you did on Path Builder. And then in the feat section, drag the feats from the compendium in. Don't try and import every level because you're going to get all kinds of problems.
I see. Duly noted for the future.
Yeah. Save yourself. When I saw you doing it in game, I was like, oh, fuck, duplicate. Jesus.
What that is. All right, everybody, give me your codes.
It's like, I think you said that there were missing actions on the new sheet. Yeah, that'll be every level if you import. And you might overwrite inventories, custom items, things like that. You might also add the items that they put on their Path Builder thing every time they level up. So they might have multiple armors and things like that.
Very good to know. I understand now.
I think the menu that you had as well, where it was like athletics or acrobatics.
Oh yeah, we
that
were like, what the
specific
hell is
menu,
that?
That's the level 1 choice that you get as a fighter. You get to spec into acrobatics or athletics straight away. And it was giving you the window to pick at level 1 again. Because when you import, it does each level 1 at a time.
I see now.
You done fucked up, is what I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
You're okay. It's alright. I would double check their sheets there to make sure they don't have duplicates or something.
I went through after we made everybody's sheet.
Most wise.
All right, how much? Well, here's the first thing. We make bandages tiny, medium, large, huge, or gargantuan.
Keep them medium because that affects things like bulk and stuff like that.
Okay. Obviously, they're light bulk. I don't imagine they're 1 bulk. Or are they negligible?
You could make them negligible, but then there's no limit to how many people will have on them. Because 1,000 negligible equals 1 light.
Ooh, okay, we might make it light then.
Just for balance.
Yeah. And how much do we want them to cost?
Honestly, I would just make them the same as the healing potion.
4 gold?
Mm-hmm.
For bandages?
Stop it. Yeah, 100%. Think about it. If it just prevents, just turns off the persistent damage, just lights up, flicks the switch, gone. That's a strong ability. Especially if you're taking multiple sources.
It's only the bleeding, though. Bandages is only for bleeding.
Brother, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm lowballing it here. I would charge way more because there's I believe it's called Blood Sap in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, which is effectively what you're trying to make, but stronger with the bandage. And I can't remember how much Blood Sap costs.
4 gold. It's a
Blood Sap's a poison. I'm getting that mixed up with something else. Let me look it up.
Oh yeah, it is a poison. Could you make lightning damage or persistent damage?
You can make any damage persistent. Persistent bludgeoning is one of my favorites.
Oh. Oh my. We're gonna have to make a lot more cures.
If you're caught in an avalanche, or if you're being crushed by a what do you call those things? Glaciers. If you're being crushed by a glacier, that's persistent bludgeoning damage. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Given that it's an given that it's an action, God, I think I only charge I think bandages are like stupid cheap. I think they're like 50 copper in my set. And as a bonus action, you can stymie the bleeding.
I mean, would there be a difference between adventurer grade bandages and common grade bandages? You know what I mean? Because anyone can get a bit of cloth. Anyone can grab a rag.
You're right.
But an adventurer needs a bandage which has all the shit they need on it already in there.
Yeah.
Prepped and ready for quick deployment. Made by a specialist or an ex-adventurer. So you're paying for their expertise.
Okay, what if we charged half of a healing potion? So 2 gold.
I'm going to see if I can find this alchemical thing. I think it's higher level as well, which is how good it is.
Stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself. If you make bandages
Here we
too
go.
expensive, they just feel obligated to buy a new kit every time unless you adjusted the price of that. Oh, because a healer's kit is 5 gold. It comes with multiple bandages.
It's called a blood booster.
Oh, yeah, there are blood. Okay. Blood
So this
boosters.
is for persistent bleed damage. These are a
225
little bit
gold.
stronger. Oh, yeah. That's a good one there. Less is the lowest it goes to.
Lesser. Level 3.
Mm-hmm. And this is technically speaking weaker than what you're hoping the bandages will do.
Okay. Wait, what does that last part mean? Flat check to end the persistent damage as if you'd received partially appropriate.
Yeah, so it goes from 15 to 10.
Okay. I mean, that's all mine's going to do is just get rid of persistent damage. It's not going to give you resistance or...
Yeah, but this doesn't even get rid of the persistent damage. It just ups your chances.
That's fine, because I'm going to be I was going to introduce poultices. Poultices give you resistance to status effects. They don't get rid of them.
What I'm saying is this is 9 gold and it doesn't even get rid of the condition. Yours is going to be like 3 gold and get rid of the condition. I'm not saying you shouldn't have poultices. I think poultices are dope. I'm saying this costs 9 gold. And you don't get it till level 3.
Is this something alchemists can make?
You bet your ass it is.
I hate alchemists.
Oh my god. He
Finally.
hates it when our lives are taken out of his hands. Because someone else can make items.
Yeah, alchemists can make anything with the alchemical trait. So that's all the mutagens, most of the healing and healing adjacent liquids, food. There's alchemical food in the game. Things like smoke bombs, that's alchemical. Ammunition for guns is alchemical. There's a bunch of stuff.
4 gold seem mean for bandages.
I think the problem is that you're trying to balance it from like a thematic standpoint rather than a difficulty or like bonus standpoint. In Pathfinder, adding a condition without a save is really strong. And obviously you're wanting to do conditions that are weaker but easier to cure, or that are highly incentivized to cure, in which case I would say do whatever you want. But if you're going to create things like the bandage, then what does the blood booster do in Adis? I mean, technically speaking, the blood booster lasts for 10 minutes, so if you get reapplied, then it still helps you against the second instance. Let's say you bandage yourself, you get blood again, you still have the resistance to the persistent bleed.
I can't tell you the amount of times the players have like cured like a 26 tick bleed, and then the next turn they're bleeding for 12 again because the monster hit them again.
Yeah, in that case, you know, maybe the blood boost is good because then it's one action with your quick administer thing.
Mhm.
What was the trait called again?
Fast acting.
Fast acting. If you had a fast acting blood booster, shot yourself with it, 10 minutes of, you know, persistent resistance 5. That's pretty Gucci. Are you planning on having it where, like with Blight and all these things, where persistent damage stacks with itself?
Yes.
Is that okay? Right. Are you planning on keeping dice or just having flat numbers?
It depends.
A lot
So
of creatures are going to have those dice.
I saw that with Pyrofury. As a Herngar, he has like Blood Dead or whatever. That
Blood
basically,
Vendetta.
yeah, basically makes like does like 2d6 bleed damage. I mean, I'd add on to that with like another 2d6. Yeah.
God damn. I mean, here's the thing. In Pathfinder, you can have multiple instances of different persistent damages. It's only when you have 2 of the same that the biggest one wins. But theoretically speaking, what's the difference realistically between having both of the same and having multiple of different, other than it's one person applying it?
Yeah, because I'm imagining like you're bleeding for 2d6, and then you get shot by the sharpshooter, and the sharpshooter also applies 2 persistent bleed. So now you're suffering 2d6 plus 2 persistent damage.
You might want to do an experiment, however. I believe if somebody's taking 1 persistent bleed damage and then you inflict 2d4 persistent bleed damage onto them or something similar, some larger quantity, I believe it overwrites the first one just in the system. You might want to look into that because it might be over before it starts, so to speak.
Let's apply persistent damage to our homeboy here. We'll do 2d4 bleed. So put him in initiative. Let's put him up against Herngar Sharpshooter, who applies 2 every shot if they deal damage and don't do their bola. Which is definitely gonna miss. But let's roll the damage. The damage. Okay. Okay, it didn't add. The higher one won out. So even though he took 2, it didn't add it to the 2d4, which means I would have to add it.
Yeah, you'd have to add it as like an untyped thing, because I think if you just add the condition, it'll override it again.
2d4. Then let's say she deals 2 damage or 2 bleed. Okay, so the way I would have to do it is I would have to come in here I add bleed again, what happens? Hey, I just slashed it out. I would have to add it to the calculation that's already going on. So I couldn't add it as a separate thing. I'd have to be like 2d4 plus 2.
I think you can do untyped damage, and that might help. But then if you take something like a blood booster and then apply the damage from the blood booster, it wouldn't, it wouldn't add up properly.
Hmm. He'd also roll multiple checks against it too. Do you roll
You could
multiple
also-
recovery checks?
Well, against multiple different types of persistent damage?
Yeah. So
You
if I'm
would.
burning, bleeding, and blighted.
Yeah, that's 3 recovery checks.
Oh, interesting.
hmm
Okay.
Well, you don't recover from fire the same that you recover from bleed.
Hmm.
You got to pat out the fire, and then you got to get a wet cloth for the acid. It's an unforgiving system when you're on fire.
Hmm. Hmm. I can work with that.
It should be noted, if you really wanted to, you could just manually change the amount of inflicted bleed persistent damage to have like plus what you rolled on the second one. It's a lot of work for the GM though.
Yeah, I mean, so this is how I used to track it in D&D, because D&D doesn't have a system. It would be, all right, Oliver, you're bleeding for 5 for 3 rounds. Isolde, you're burning for 3 for 2 rounds. And then it would come through and I go, all right, Oliver, you're bleeding for 5. You have 2 rounds left on your bleed. Izzy, you took 3. All right, you're bleeding for 1 more round. And then I would just manually track it in this little chat box.
No
In the
automation
chat.
makes me want to cry, brother.
What do you mean?
I know it's the old ways, but you're going to be spoiled by Pathfinder, and I feel in my heart that very quickly you may give up on the persistent damage from multiple sources stacking, just because automation is so clean and easy to use.
Hmm.
I can feel it happening even in the conversation that we're having.
Is that a challenge?
Not a challenge. I think it's going to be a slow process, but I do think that at the very least, the Pathfinder 2nd Edition module on Foundry is going to slowly sap away a little bit, and you'll sort of meet in the middle somewhere, where the automation will end up winning,
I don't
or
know,
you'll
Dan.
figure
It
out
sounds
how
like
to
he's-
automate it yourself.
Sounds like he's.
I sound like
challenging
quicksand at the
your-
minute, and I know that, but it's.
Sounds
I
like
do think
he's
that might be the
challenging
case.
your American pride.
I'm just saying, if you want to go back to manual, you certainly can, but the automation's right there.
It's right there.
You've already set up the
So
settings to do
easy.
all the automation. It's rolling the recoveries by default. Why waste a good thing?
Hmm.
I'm just going to be this little capybara devil on your shoulder, I think.
Your angel and your demon.
Little baconator angel on one shoulder. Little capybara demon on the other.
Hmm.
Yeah, something to ponder, I think. Something to sleep on, perhaps.
Mm. Oh,
Ah.
Papa Daddy.
A part of me wants to try it.
Nothing wrong with trying something.
All right, Sizzle.
Yeah, what?
What's up? What's the matter?
What? Nothing, man. What do you mean try? What do you mean I'm getting ready?
Get ready.
For what?
Evidence first.
Why?
What do you mean? Why?
I've
He's got
been doing
13
so.
hit points.
Not anymore. Now he's got 20.
I want to see what happens to a man with 20 hit points when he's bled to death.
A man with 20 hit points.
That
I want to see what
reminds
that's
me,
like.
the bonus feat that you deleted from one of the character sheets.
Oh, yeah.
The feat that you get from your background is a bonus feat.
Why should I have it twice then? They're the same feat.
Show me the character sheet and I'll see if I can suss it out.
Well, it's already gone now. I deleted it.
Oh, well, problem solved.
That's
The
why I was
problem
like,
is that
oh, there we go.
They might not be getting a feat from their background right now, or they might have another skill feat that they should take.
Sorry, it wasn't a
but they're not
background feat. It was in their archetype feat.
When you say archetype feats,
Right here.
How did you imagine?
that box right there is free archetype.
Yeah, they had one for all in here.
Why do they have archetype feats as a category?
Oh, I do.
I can answer that. I bet that Necro got the full version of Path Builder and turned on free archetype for Arundel for testing purposes. And that's why when they imported it, it gave you the free archetype feat section on their character sheet.
Hee.
Yeah, another reason not to import every level.
Yeah, because I was like, we were trying to figure out why they had one for all as like several actions. Because you can't get rid of one
but
for
they're
all.
granted by the feats.
So I was like, where the fuck are you getting that from? And it was in free archetype, or it was in the archetype feat. So I just fucking got rid of that.
Mm-hmm. It's the same with an armed attack. You can't ever get rid of an armed attack. And if you have a monk feat that changes your unarmed attack, you can't change it without getting rid of the feat.
Okay. God.
So, question for this, for Arundel there.
What
What is Arendel's feat that they get from their background? Because at the minute they don't have a bonus feat and they should.
Isn't it Courtly Graces?
Oh, there you go. Skill feats background. Yuguchi. As long as they have a background feat, that's what matters.
Oh, okay. Excellent. What do I everybody? 3 limps. Range tracker. Yep. All right.
You being able to read lips. Come on now.
Gee, I mean, what else you gonna do with them big ol' eyes?
Big old eyes.
I think they've changed your settings because somebody had free archetype on. You can go and change that back in the settings menu if you wish.
I also shield and got the full path builder.
Treat yourself, bestie.
I did. It was like $6. Like
It's
that's
$6
like less.
and you get
That's
all the
basically free.
content.
I can't think of anything
custom
that.
scrolls.
Oh my god. Mostly I got it
Days.
because it's for the pets. You know, the familiars.
You can't get familiars on the base version.
No.
Just
Pets.
another reason.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make them 2 gold.
Good. Test it. And when they have 20 in their inventory and they're using them every turn, you will know that mission accomplished.
Kind of like that though.
I mean, you're going to be throwing a lot of blood at them, so
Correct. I'm gonna
putting
be
it at
setting
2
them on
gold
fire.
Probably, yeah, it's probably a good idea. The only downside is that you got to consider having them at 2 gold now and having them end bleed across the board is going to mean that at level 10, it is not even a drop in the ocean to get as many bandages as you require.
Well, the big thing that's always been a limiter in all of my games is availability. You're not the only adventurers, which means there's only going to be a limited amount of treated bandages that you find.
Unless you can craft them.
Unless you can craft them. But this party doesn't have fucking crafting, so...
Well, yeah. Future proofing, sure. But I can see the logic.
I also planned on bandages, burn salves, and antivenoms having levels, just like potions do, but spread out.
I would personally recommend that, and then have them counteract with the counteract modifier.
I'm gonna let you know now, DM. After being reminded how many times we don't have crafting, everyone's gonna have crafting next game.
That's gonna be so funny.
And
It's so
recall
funny. It's
knowledge.
never gonna show up.
And recall knowledge. Everyone's gonna be a
Recall knowledge is gonna
giga
go hard.
brain.
You're gonna have a wizard, an investigator, a thaumaturge, and something
so
else.
funny. It is great where I go, yeah, you could do that. with a crafting check. And everybody goes, no!
Well, here's the thing. You've got people with shields in the party, and nobody has a way of repairing them.
Correct. Everybody has a fucking shield. And I go, you can't, well, first off, you can't block with it. No, like, only 2 of you can block with your fucking shields. And once your shield breaks, what then, dummy? We did have a moment where it had been long enough that Momo forgot that shields don't give you your AC bonus.
Yeah, I saw that.
Like, we hadn't played for like 2 weeks, so I was like, "Yeah, that's not a thing." That's why you have the raise shield button.
More AC. You just have to use the action.
Correct.
And they forgot. I mean, luckily though, you hasn't really had any problems in combat, so it didn't really make a difference anyway.
No, the people have like it's like been like Sten and them who've been hit the most.
He doesn't have a shield.
I know.
Isn't that funny?
He's also a weird ranger who doesn't use his animal.
Oh, you mean hit the most as in
Oh yeah,
he gets
his
hit
shit
the
rocked.
most. I understand.
Yeah,
I thought
He
you
always
meant
does.
affected the most. That might be an English thing, but
he's
I don't know
been
if
struck
it's-
the most.
yeah.
I don't know if it's just because you think hitting Siric's funny, or because Siric is always in a position to get hit, or a little bit of
He
both.
is always
but
in a
he does-
position to get hit.
Yeah. Cyric hasn't figured out the step action yet, so
He just loves getting. I don't think he cares. I'll assure you. If there's like a seesaw and on one side is hit and the other side is get hit, he will slam the hit every time.
the main problem, I think, is that he's picked the one class and subclass combination that
Where you don't wanna get hit.
actually cares about the number of attacks you do. Like,
Oof.
everybody else is quality over quantity, except the Flurry Ranger. The Flurry Ranger is attack, attack, attack.
You'll
Does
see,
dingo. Yeet, 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 yeet. Like Heroes of the Storm, you know?
Mm.
You'll notice, DM.
I thought that for a while, but he's gotten his shit rocked so many times and has failed so many rolls.
He
I'm
keeps
like,
throwing. He's missed every axe.
He's every bowler, every axe.
and he
I'm like,
has
please.
he has like giga reduced map, and he's missed
So-
every attack.
The reason for that is that the Flurry Ranger does its best work when teamwork is built around the Flurry Ranger doing their job. You have 3 people who all want to get in there and stab stuff.
Smack shit, yeah.
Yeah,
You don't have anybody
even-
who's tripping or anything.
Even Formia, right? Formia's striking people.
Yeah.
Formia, in my opinion, would do tremendously better if instead of trying to do the 1d6 or 1d8 or however much damage it is, he grabbed people or tripped people.
He just started going around knocking people over.
Yeah, forget the damage. Who
Dude,
cares?
knocking people prone and off guard is huge.
Huge.
I do think
that -2
Huge.
is a 10% chance to hit and crit.
I
And when
agree.
you
I think
consider
his flurry of blows is a trap for him.
Flurry of Blows it's very good for, you know, when you have that extra action. It means, hey, I get to do 2 attacks.
Yeah.
But that first, like, no map penalty, that wants to be a grapple or a trip, ideally, because it's going to set up everybody else. Like, if you trip somebody, they're off guard to all the flurry attacks. So that -3 or -2 or whatever it is that he gets to his map is just doubly better because they have -2 to their AC now, and every attack he does is a 10% chance, or is a 10% chance better of hitting and critting.
Yeah.
But then you gets to hit them for a bonus 10%, and you already has a bonus 10% for being a fire, so that's a 20% chance of critting extra in comparison to everybody else. And when they try to stand up, they have to deal with you harassing them.
Yeah.
So one trip can it's the same as runic weapon, right? 2 of your actions on you or on anybody with runic weapon turns that one person into a very dangerous combatant. The same goes for tripping enemies. You disarm the enemy, you put them on the ground. Suddenly they're not as dangerous, in the same way that runic weapon makes you extra dangerous. Tripping and grappling makes them a fraction of the challenge. Trip is very, very good. If you can't trip them, grab them. They target different saves. So,
Word.
yeah.
I think a lot of people could do with some more mobility. That
Mountain
seems to be
stance
what.
is rough, brother.
Yeah, Formir's having some big difficulties moving around because
Mhm.
he's a little dwarf with the mountain.
I would not be surprised if you respect at some point. Just did a little retrain out of mountain stance.
Yeah,
Oh, hype train.
the dwarf is rough for him without any feet. I'm sure monks have to have some feet that gives them extra movement speed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they can
do.
get a level 1. Yeah.
He definitely needed to grab that.
Oh,
He's got like
Jesus.
Oh my goodness.
Anonymous, thank you very much for 5 gifted subs. Incredibly kind of you, brother. And
Brother.
our sister. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Creature
you,
from the
random
void.
citizen.
I think Sten also suffers from that a little bit because he's always just out of reach, and he throws an axe, and it usually misses.
The -2 is rough when you're outside that first range.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It's key
Yeah.
spells. So if he swapped Mountain Stance for key spells, he could take something called Key Rush, which lets you,
Yeah.
for a focus point, stride twice for 1 action.
I know axes are like really base Nerosi thing, but I think Sten could probably switch those out for something with a little more range.
I think the axes have sweep, but I think
they?
spears would do him a little bit better. Sweep
Javelins
isn't
or spears.
bad. Well, javelins are pre-master. I think they're just spears now, but
Oh, okay.
I think you can still use the old javelins, but I think they're identical.
Yeah, just something with like 10 extra feet of range, because I think the axes have like 10 feet of range,
Yeah, it's thrown 10.
and he always seems to be 15 feet away.
Here's the problem, though.
It's so funny.
Stenvolder has to command the bear, move, and
He does.
do
He's got
multiple
too many
attacks in a
things.
turn. Yeah.
He's got way
That's-
too many things.
That's already 4 actions, and he's only moved once. So,
It's like
I think my favorite thing is watching him command Hilda, and Hilda's first move is to leave the encounter.
to leave the encounter. That was insane. He's like, oh, I don't want the bear to get on fire. I'm like, why did you bring that?
he needs to get barding for the bear, but it costs too much
Why
for a
did
level 1
you
character.
bring that child here?
I
Now, the
think
bear
it's,
would be disgusting if it tripped people. Same with Formir.
it's
Like, if the bear got in and grappled people, it would be unreal. But he's not doing that.
It's just so funny because every time he brings the bear in, the bear falls unconscious. So the bear, because he leaves the bear, he puts the bear in the middle of combat, and then he runs away. And then it's just like,
Yep.
well, there's a body here. I'm gonna hit the body.
I'm gonna murk that bear.
That's what happened with the mushrooms. The mushrooms went, I'm gonna beat the shit out
Yeah.
of you now.
It's crazy how every time we're in a combat situation, the bear and Sten are on opposite sides of the room. Every time. And it's like,
So-
he's got like this setup in mind. I can see it where like if the bear's flanking and it's hitting and he's hitting, he's going to do a gigaton of damage. But it's like somebody who came to like a commander pod and he's like, bro, this deck's gonna rock your world. If I get these specific cards in my opening hand, it's gonna own. I've got like a infinite combo, but it needs 4 cards, and then someone hits him with like 1 removal, and he's like, well, the whole deck's fucked now. I scoop.
So, the spear has a thrown feet of 20. So that's already twice as good as the axe. Same amount of damage. The javelin is 30 feet, same amount of damage. The only differences between the two of those, aside from the range, is that javelins are part of the dart group, and spears are obviously part of the spear group. Now, what does that mean? It means when you get weapon specialization, critical specialization, with a dart, you deal persistent bleed damage. With a spear, you inflict clumsy for a turn, which reduces AC even more. So javelins make people bleed, spears make people easier to hit when you crit at higher levels with them.
When do you get the crit thing?
Depends on the class. Typically around 5, or some of them can get it at 2. It depends on how you build. There's 1,000 ways to get it. It's just about reading sources and that sort of thing. I think, let me see what the archetype's called again.
Yeah, are you in Balmung?
I'm in Balmung and Mateus. Marius is in
Freak.
Mateus. The rest of my characters are on Balmung.
Which one is better?
I personally still like people still shit on Balmung a lot, but Balmung's where I met a lot of my friends, so I still have good memories about it. And personally, I think the economy is better on Balmung.
Ooh, that's
But
fair.
you can go buy stuff from Balmung and then go back to Mateus. Then again, this was like 4 years ago since I played.
Oh,
I
that's
don't know
true.
what the fuck the economy is like now.
Hold on, let me ask Rozzy. Never mind, Rozzy's not in the fucking chat.
You can mess with him. He's talking in Hangout text right now. Actually, let me do this. He doesn't get a choice.
Nice.
Hey. Hey, I know you're at your computer.
Hey,
I saw you type.
Or
stop jorking it.
Hey.
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 Hey, kitties with the titties. Wake up.
We'll let him,
Let him zip up.
he'll know.
Be
He'll
right.
know when he comes back and he hears our voices in his head.
you just need to let him finish.
He goes, what the fuck is happening?
Let's see. Can I even server transfer? Because I tried to make a new character and it's like, oh, you selected Balmung as your starting world. I'm like, wait, it's open? I look around. I look back. It's only been 3 years.
I have these treated bandages are incapable of stopping bleeding beyond level 9. How does that sound to you?
It'll keep them going for the first 9 levels, that's for sure. Typically a consumable at level 9 is a little bit more expensive than that. I can look at the numbers if you wish. I mean, it depends, like, once it's past level 9, what are they replacing it with, and what's the cost
level
of that
10
thing?
alchemical bandage?
So is it going to go from alchemical bandages being 2 gold to alchemical bandages being 200 gold?
Yeah.
I could see that.
Nice. Because now you're dealing with bleeds from like supernatural creatures. You're not really like, I view like the transition from like 1 to 10 as fighting usually mundane things or things you would find in the prime material. And then 10s where you're fighting like elementals. You're fighting like weird fucking supernatural creatures and shit.
I mean, like living landsides and that sort of stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you need
slimes.
something, a poultice that's been specifically made for high level adventurers to get rid of those. Like, yeah, you were cut by a dragon, but guess what? Dragon's claws have this byproduct that they secrete that makes you, they basically stop you from coagulating. So you need this particular medicine to stop that.
Anemic claws.
Yeah.
Savage. About 100 to 140 gold is what you want to look at for a level 9 consumable.
And at that point, are they flowing in money enough to afford that type of shit?
Yeah, for sure.
Heck,
Plus,
okay.
if you're a nice GM who's giving them lots of consumables, you'll throw them around anyway.
Nice. Hell yeah. That's a great idea, Nick. 10 to 18, and then magical, and then 19 to 20 being like shit blessed by saints.
Yeah. The god bandage.
All right, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good idea. I should probably hydrate too. I'm gonna go get some sip.
Nice.
I didn't realize I got abducted.
You did.
Yeah, I was
Wait,
like,
what the?
I was like away from my computer on my bed, just chilling, and then like I'm like, something strange just happened.
That's such a disturbance.
I was
Rosie, what the fuck is happening in Crystal?
AFK because it's got a big ass update.
Yeah, I just finished
What
the
do you mean?
update. I'm looking at server stat. I've been trying to get into Balmung for like several years now. Back when IDIS existed. because I'm on Marlboro, which,
Mhm.
besides sounding like a cigarette, was empty. And everyone was telling me to get on Balmung. The thing is, now I'm looking at server status, and something strange has happened where Balmung and no, Mateus is still congested. Balmung is clear, but Marlboro is somehow congested. What happened?
Well,
Did Asmongold join Marlboro and I wasn't looking? Is that what went on?
I do honestly do think believe it has to do with a couple things. One is they condensed some data centers.
Okay.
And then honestly, real talk, like motherfuckers like Asmongold and shit like that have come to play the game, so people just made a fuck off ton of like characters because they want to meet the new person, they want to meet the
my
famous
God, is
streamer.
That's crazy. That's wild. I never thought I'd see Marlboro congested. Like I went to look at the lodestone, and I looked, and I'm like, this has to be incorrect. There's no way. Who the fuck is playing on Goblin right now?
Oh,
Goblin D's.
They're all goblin it right now. They're goblin it up. The goblins are congested.
You should really see a doctor about that.
It's crazy. That's wild. I'm floored.
You're flooring it?
I'm flooring it.
I'm flooring it.
Anyway, get me out of fucking character creation. I don't actually want to make a new character. I guess I'll join Marlboro and see what the fuck's up.
Marlboro. You know, the thing is about Marlboro, it is intentionally supposed to sound like a cigarette because that's what the creator. Because it's based on a creature in the game.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, because the creator was like, yeah, smoking cigarettes fucking is, oh my god, it smells bad and terrible. I'm gonna make a monster base off of it.
Oh, it's a
Kinda
dig. And now it's gone full circle because there's an entire server of Malborites.
Yo.
Oh, hello. Welcome back, Rossi.
Hey,
Yeah,
I
he's
didn't realize
zipped
I
it.
got abducted. I was
He's cleaned up.
I was abducted, or I was abducted.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it, and I was letting a game update, and I look back and I'm like, holy shit, I'm here.
Where am I?
Oh,
Who are you people?
popping that.
Letting Rogue Trader update.
Rogue Trader.
Yeah, because there was like a 17 gigabyte update that that I
They
just
have
been sitting
updated
on
it.
forever. And I was like, fuck it, I'll do it, and then maybe I'll play a little bit of it later. But because my internet is poopy, it's been taking forever to do.
You want to call up that shit?
I mean,
I
I'll be
haven't
down
finished
to
the
clown.
game, so
I mean, me neither.
I did a little bit of the DLC, and I've gotten to like not the prologue. Like I've finished what is essentially Act 1. That's about it.
I haven't even got past Act 1.
Nice.
Like, I played it, I was like really into it, but like at the time, I was just playing so many games at once, and I was like, all right, I need to cut back on some games. I'm sorry, Rogue Trader. Other games are coming out.
Yeah, I'm like, this needs some patches, as Owlcat games usually do.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I just want this to hurry up and finish so I can get back to doing games. It's just, I don't know what it is, man. What comes to downloading games on Steam, it's like, oh, you have a gig speed internet connection? All right, we're going to download a game at 5 megabytes a second. Have fun.
Oh boy.
I'm like,
I've
why?
got to redo my HUD because it didn't save it. Oh no.
Oh,
What?
yeah. I know you can set that as like a setting and then like save it. I can't remember like how you did it, but like and then you could like just load it. I can't remember how because I
have
remember
to
when I played on
redo
console, that's how I had all my settings saved, and then I just uploaded it on PC. Also, I just had.
How is this game on
party.
console?
I don't know. Just is. It was. I mean, it was on PS3.
I mean, how is it? How is like key bindings
Is it
and
good?
shit? Is
Yeah.
it good on console?
I mean, I think so. I like it. Like you don't get as many like when it comes to macros and stuff, like you don't get a whole bunch of bars, but what you do is with the controller is like for example, like right bumper will switch between like the different, because you have 8 you can switch to, but it only switches to the one that actively have stuff on it that correspond to whatever class you're using and shit. So you're not just constantly like, oh shit, I gotta go through 8 fucking things. It's like, all right, if you only got like 1 or 2 bars, it'll only switch between those 2, and it all depends on what class you are and shit like that. And as for like using the skills, it's just hold down button and then press A, B, X, Y, up, down, left, or right, and then it's real simple.
So let's say I'm I don't know, a black mage, and I have a billion buttons I need to press all at once.
Have I shown you my UI? Are you talking about 14?
Yeah.
I'll show you my UI.
Oh, nice.
Because I also have several bars. Go on, sorry.
I've played Black Mage with controller. It's not that really difficult. It's just have all your... you do kind of gotta set it up in a way to where like it's just easier for you to like hit the buttons. But like what would it be? Yeah, like to do my combo, say for example is so say you would do right trigger, and then you do whatever starts your combo. Then you would it does that move, and then you just press B.
And then I pray. Nice.
And then I press A, press B, and then I do Black Mage thing. It's not hard. I mean, with Monk, for me, it was just like, all right, all these buttons here set up are how I do my rotations, and then I would just right trigger A, B, B, X, Y, whatever it was. I just memorized it.
So ignore where the minimap is. This is the only reason the minimap is there is when I do my gatherer. That's where I put my minimap.
Yeah, I had everything set up, but since I re-downloaded Final Fantasy, it's reset my UI, so I gotta go through it again, which is probably fine because I have to get used to all the buttons anyway. All of my muscle memory is gone.
So minimalist. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
I can't imagine not having the minimap in the corner.
I move it there to see it better when I'm flying.
What the hell is all that shit?
Those are my action bars.
What is all that? Imagine
1,
using
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's all 10 action bars being used.
Oh.
Imagine using your function keys, like, unironically.
Sorry, I'm not a dog shit gamer.
Like,
I use my entire fucking keyboard.
Insane. Wait, hold on. How far do you actually have to reach? Let's have a look.
I gotta hit F5 as the farthest. You can hit that with your fucking index finger.
This guy reaches out for...
You got like Colossus hands. What are you complaining about?
This dude's out here reaching for fucking the entire number set, dog.
No,
he's
dog.
reaching out for 0.
You hit Shift 1. No. So 0 is for I have a MMO mouse. That's my thumb reaches that while I'm playing.
Bastard.
You're
bastard.
A cheater. You're
I should get like a separate numlock, like little side thing. I have a keyboard, but it doesn't have like the numbers. It doesn't have numlock on it.
It doesn't have the calculator on there.
It doesn't have the calculator on there. I should just get one of those for like button. Actually, no, that probably isn't going to work. I can't move and use those. I'm not getting another MMO mouse. The last one was dog.
Nah, dude. I just use a controller, dude. I don't like having carpal tunnel.
And why not? I just use a controller. Wild to use a controller in this game. I don't know how that would even work.
It sounds so wild, but honestly, it sounds wild, but honestly, it really like if you have a controller, dude, just plug it in and try it. It sounds weird, but it really isn't.
Controller's scary.
You're scared of comfort. I get you're scared of comfort.
People are like, Dark Souls is only good with controller, and I've tried it on controller, and I suck ass on it. When I go back to mouse and keyboard, I fuck on mouse and keyboard.
Dude, well, okay, I mean, Dark Souls 1 and mouse on controller on mouse and keyboard is wild. It was bad. So it's mostly, I think, people's PTSD from that. My goodness.
Same thing with Monster Hunter. I tried Monster Hunter on controller. I didn't like it. I liked it better on mouse and keyboard.
It's just, I guess we're just built different, man. Just you
Just
like using
built.
mouse and keyboard. I don't know. I guess it's just because like all my life I've mostly just been playing games on console, so I'm just so familiar and just like, yes, this feels natural. And then mouse and keyboard, like, it feels fine, but like if I can choose to, like, if it gives me an option, I'll just use controller. It just feels comfy. It feels better.
It's so comfy.
I don't know
On the
how you
Aussie
can
side.
manage on brother. Vital. I've beaten every single Dark Souls game aside from Bloodborne on mouse and keyboard.
You guys watched him do it.
There should
Yeah.
be a separate achievement for that, I think.
What, beating it on mouse and keyboard?
I can't do it.
No. Okay. You know what game is I find to be really fascinating to like play on mouse and keyboard? PC For Honor players, dude. That I can't even comprehend that shit.
That's what I do.
I can't even comprehend it. I'm like, how?
Who was that?
But that Sizzle?
Oh, this is the one.
This
He's
you
away from the
sound,
keyboard.
he was nowhere near. He sounded like a completely different guy, just interjected
Yeah.
into our
was-
conversation.
Dude.
It's because I was plugging in the keep the.
That's what I
Nothing
do.
up
Says
under
the
the
guy
desk.
walking past our conversation who keeps
That's
walking.
what I do. Yeah, I'm just in the grocery store.
We all stop, look back. You guys know that guy?
Who was that?
You guys don't just interject in random people's conversation at the mall and then leave.
Now, to be fair, I do that at work all the time.
I
It's a
scream
great
at
pastime.
Look, I'm
Momo when
paid by
she's
the hour,
having.
man.
When Momo's having conversations on stream and she talks loud enough that I can hear from the kitchen, I talk to her.
Amazing.
Oh boy, oh boy. So
Oh, wait, how do I pull up the actual
what?
controller UI? It's still giving me the keyboard.
Okay,
layout.
so
Hold
go
on.
to your settings and it
I
should be
hate the
system.
settings in this game. I hate that there's like 3 different settings options.
Yeah, I believe it's system settings, and you could switch
Okay.
it to
Enable gamepad.
yeah. So quiet now.
The answer was level 2, by the way, with the Mauler archetype
Huh?
for critical specialization effects on weapons.
Oh.
But that's specifically for two-handed weapons. The next quickest is the fighter class, who gets them at level 5. But like somebody in chat was saying prior, the fighter only gets it for one group of weapons. The Mauler gets it for all two-handed weapons, and I think the Monk also gets it around level 5, and that's for all unarmed attacks.
Hmm.
Part of the Brawler group.
I've just been loving Party because they've been playing Final Fantasy 14, and like every now and again they'll just message me. Or the message like, "Oh my god, this character! I love him so much." Who are they? I'm like, that's just an NPC. You're gonna see him once.
Oh my god, I met this guy. His name's Coco. Pussy.
Party just met the aesthetician, and he's like, "Oh my god, this zesty ass."
That's
Oh
it.
my
That's
God.
the one. Well, I think there's another quest you see them in, like a side quest thing once.
Is it?
Like one other time, if I remember correctly. I think it might have been like a Hildebrand thing.
Oh, I love Hildebrand quests. They're the best.
You should definitely point Party. If they love characters like that, they're probably gonna fucking love all the
Okay.
Hildebrand characters.
So once we finish like A Realm Reborn and stuff like that, I'm gonna take Party, Beta, and the others who have not done it. I'm gonna take them to do the Hildebrand stuff because I
Nice.
love the Hildebrand stuff. It's so goofy, so unserious.
It's very goofy. The only thing that stops me from doing it on every character is that it's so much.
Yeah, it's so much, but the whole thing though with it is just kind of like comedy story stuff. You know,
Very true.
it's just there for you. Yeah.
Is there an antivenom? They're only
Fucking goddamn it! Fucking Issa in chat calling me out. Issa! Stop!
Hey! Hey!
Look, I'm just talking about my friends, Issa. All right. I'm just talking about my friends.
How the fuck do I untarget someone with a controller?
What kind of controller?
Your
Oh,
Use
there
an
we go. There we
Xbox?
go. It's
Okay.
yeah, it's Xbox.
Yeah, I don't know. You just untarget them. And you can also, if you have like because you know how you have the party list on the side, that is a way to quick target with the controllers, like to press down on D-pad. You just pick the name and then boom, you can just select them and target them.
We were just talking about how much fun you're having in 14, Smile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I know, right? Having fun with a game? God, could not be me, I say, loading into Marvel Rivals.
Oh my god. Rousey, get help.
I hate fun. I hate fun in video games.
What if I make lightning damage or persistent damage that you see regularly?
Oh my god.
What?
Nothing, man. Nothing, man.
I mean,
you do you.
I
If it's with the
understand.
saying,
What if I
if you
just
touch one of those street lamps, just persistent
Yeah.
electric.
they probably only really show up in Architect facilities.
You know.
The ones we're in constantly?
Yeah.
You're right, man. You're right.
I mean, the thing that your campaign's based entirely around?
Oh, what if the way to get rid of persistent lightning damage was you needed a grounding rod?
Water.
Dear God, no.
What?
Dear
I got an
God,
idea.
No.
That's when you crit fail your
Nice.
that's when you crit fail your knowledge check, and the DM's like, "Oh yeah, use water, Smile."
You could have like a hand capacitor or something that sucks all the energy into it.
I was thinking you basically
Just like
have
an iron rod.
you basically
Just
touch it to
spike
the
it into the
ground or
ground.
something.
Yeah.
Basically ground yourself for a moment, get rid of all the lightning.
I
But
see.
yeah, splash
gotta
yourself with
stab it
water
on a
also
rope and
works, I guess. It's the quickest way to end it because you'll end yourself.
It'll turn into persistent fire
Sounds
damage.
about right.
I simply reach into my pouch and pull out a nullberry, DM.
Fucking what?
A nullberry
Nullberry.
from Monster Hunter.
Oh yeah.
You just pop Swan
Monster
gun
Hunter.
and
I pop a nullberry. I simply am not affected by it anymore.
strikes a pose, moves on.
Try again, pussy. And the monster goes, okay.
Okay.
But
I seem to be doing this wrong.
What are you doing wrong, Sizzle?
Everything.
How-
It won't pull up the gamepad version of my UI. It's just I can't actually kill anything with the controller.
oh, does it not?
Rocking my Kieran armor.
So
Oh, that's strange. I don't know. Mine's always been like that, so I never had to actually go to the options and change it.
what the fuck?
I could not help you, my friend.
Maybe it's in
My
her
friend.
layout.
Yeah, because
Why can't you? I thought you were the
Friday.
controller god. What the hell happened?
Okay, first off, I'm not a controller god. I'm a fifth dimensional controller being. There's a total difference. Second off, I don't know. Get fucked, kid. I mean, just a skill issue, I guess.
That's fucking rude.
Such words of wisdom.
What can I say? You know, maybe I'm tired.
Something
of the PC
useful, maybe.
Maybe I'm tired of the PC master race always having the one up on everyone, being so smug and
He's
shit.
trying
right?
he's trying to be a
I'm
console
trying
player.
to stoop down to you,
See,
and
you're
you
using
spit
words-
in my face.
Yeah, you know, maybe Sizzle, maybe
God!
you just deserve it. You're done.
God, you try to build bonds with people, and they just scoff at you.
Are you trying to build bomb friendship?
You try to build
ew,
bridges,
ew,
and they just shit
ew,
on your bridge.
Ew. No, I don't want to build bridges. Building bridges is lame.
God.
I like burning bridges because it's fun.
Oh my god! You know
fucking
what?
God.
You know, I'm gonna do it right now. You
forget
know
it.
what, Crown DM? I fucking hate you. I don't ever want to see
Oh
Oh
you
my
again.
god.
What the hell?
What the hell?
I am exploding your balls.
Joke's on you. They were already exploded the last time I burned some bridges
What do you
down.
think he was doing when he got here? Why do
I'm
you think he was
giving them
quiet?
back just to explode them again.
Here, where's my phone? Oh, fuck, my phone's all the way on my bed. Oh no.
Can I use? Can I use?
What can you use?
All right, Skittle, I'm gonna
Hey,
teach
you, what you gonna do?
Okay.
You're gonna teach me.
I'm gonna teach.
Teach me what?
I'm gonna teach you
Come
why
on, son, pull the chair. It's time
Ooh.
for
why Shaquille O'Neal is indeed a Final Fantasy XIV
Shakira.
player, and I can prove it.
What?
What? Huh?
Wait. Question.
What?
Salt outside of water. Not in water. So not a solution.
Mhm.
Does it conduct electricity?
Well, let's find out.
Just regular sodium chloride.
Yes.
Just like a brick of it.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Hmm.
So, in solid form, salt does not conduct electricity because the ions are held in place by strong forces.
Okay, what if it's table salt?
Let's find out.
Because I know in water,
Apparently-
it's like a giga conductor. Like you super die.
Yeah, when it's only when it's dissolved in water or melted, but not when it's solid.
Yeah. It could be 100% salt as a liquid and it would conduct, but as a solid, it doesn't.
Hmm.
Because the ions can't move around.
I think I
apparently.
understand what he's trying to do. Smelling salts will stop the electricity.
No, that's a very quick way to burn your sinuses and wake up, though.
Okay. I got a question. All right. So, what is smelling salts?
Isn't it ammonia?
It's ammonia. Yeah.
It's ammonia.
Yeah,
Ammonia
it's a
nuts.
powerful
Isn't
flavor.
that like bad? Isn't that bad for your lungs?
Yeah, but that's why they use it.
It's a
'Cause it
very
wakes you up.
small dose is enough to wake you up, usually from unconsciousness.
Yeah. You ever see those little things that you like crack and put under people's
Yeah.
noses to wake them up?
Yeah.
Yeah, little
I-
ampules.
Okay, because I've always
It's the
like
same
known
shit.
what it's done functionally. I just never understood like what was it that like just causes people to wake up.
Yeah,
So it's just ammonia?
Yeah.
Dude, man, would it be fucked up if I went to my brother sleeping on the couch right now and just
You would wake him the fuck up. I could tell you that right now. He will wake up with a start and be pissed.
Yeah. Forget remembering the dream. He won't remember the next 5 minutes.
Oh, fuck.
I was thinking, because I was trying to think of a way, because I don't have like a rod or anything that looks similar to that I could represent. But I was like, what if you use salt some way to like basically break the current, so that way it could end your persistent lightning damage.
Well, I would ask, what is the difference? What makes the salt special, essentially? Why would it not just be a block of granite or a brick?
Good question.
The lightning rod is doing its thing because it's connected to the ground, but just holding a rock doesn't make you immune to electricity. Otherwise, you would just grab your clothing and be like, ta-da! I'm wearing leather today.
Well, the reason I
Just
say
poke it.
salt is because it would be a consumable thing.
Well, the salt would just evaporate in your hand by taking all the electricity.
It breaks or what have you. A rod is like, unless the rod like explodes after you touch it. There's
can
no
always
reason
go
to
in-
ever replace the rod.
It could go inert, and you could just have to get another one.
Hmm. I just need to find
Or just make it. You could make it out of wood.
Yeah.
No, that's a terrible idea.
Or
Maybe.
or
It's like a
you could
filament.
It's
You could go
fucking
goofy.
shrapnel in your hand.
You could go goofy with the
Me,
salt and be like,
I hold a light
all right,
bulb. It
all right,
glows.
in order for the salt to work, you have to like throw it over your shoulder like bad luck things.
Take
Just
the
yeet
electricity with you.
away.
Does this make it goofy?
Oh, I'm a ponder this.
Pondering.
Well, the simple answer is capacitor, right? You get like a battery or something and put it in there. What
Put it
is
on-
nature's
It's the
capacitor?
battery to remove the lightning.
I'm thinking
Ah.
like copper or something like that, because copper's highly conductive and that's what you want. You want something to transfer the energy to. You want it to see the shortest path to ground and take it, because that's how electricity works.
Sizzle.
I'm sorry, you have to eat it.
Yeah, you need something more conductive than
Ooh,
you.
hold on. Before
What's
you ask
up?
that question, Rosie, is there a difference between like copper as we see it and then like oxidized copper in terms of like
Yeah, of course.
conductivity?
Oh yeah, 100%. You want the raw stuff. If it's oxidizing, it's going to be worse.
Oh, maybe that's why it's bad then. Maybe that's why it's a one and done, is because it's oxidized copper and it goes inert afterwards. You're basically throwing away this little copper rod.
Sizzle, when you switched to gamepad mode, did it change your hotbars to cross hotbars?
No, that's why I'm confused.
Okay. Hold up.
That's why I'm like, what the fuck?
Hold on. Cross. So you gotta go to character configuration, go to hotbar settings for that.
Oh.
E.
Okay.
Yes. I like the cross hotbar setting. It's nice and
It's nice.
cool and interesting.
That's what I'll use.
Cool.
What's up? Gorge.
Gosh.
I'll just use the whetstone item because it looks like a small little stick of a metal or a stone. You just touch that to the ground. You basically like fucking shock the ground.
Well, so okay. Theoretically, could like say there was someone on the ground and then I touched them with it, would it just like transfer it over to them? Would it shock them?
Oh God. Well, I didn't consider that.
Yep.
Why not just make it like a tiny little nail?
Is it only reactive to electricity, or like if I take this thing and just like some water, it reacts like?
It's meant to be so above board. It's meant to be very video gamey. It's just a way for you to end a status effect.
Okay.
So you use it, you
use
consume
it,
it.
bang it out. Yeah. I think like a little nail or something would make sense, right?
Yeah, like a conducting nail or something or whatever, and then you use it and it goes
just
inert. You
step on
can't
it.
use it again. You basically it's junk.
You step on it, it oxidizes or damages itself in the ground.
Yeah.
You just like put it down like a golf tee and then stamp on it. Gets rid of the electricity.
See, I'm still on board with the salt idea.
Salt's an okay idea. The idea that
Like
it just bursts into dust.
As a consumable or something like that, or like how I'm thinking. What's coming to mind is like you have you're conducting electricity because of electric damage. What I'm imagining is you take the salt in your hand, you throw it up above you, and just like let it coat you, and then like it just kind of dissipates the salt. So like you might be a little salty for a little bit, but like now you're no longer. Also,
salted.
don't keep your eyes closed.
You go through all that just to make a pun about being salty.
Yeah.
Oh.
Did you do that?
Then I
gotta
do
die?
that.
Yeah, I do that.
Lightning pop rocks.
Ooh, like a candy?
Nasty.
I like candy.
I do agree, Issa. That is a cool. I think there should be items that let you transfer status effects. I think that'd be pretty neat. Those are probably like
Persistent
magic items.
fire. If you have persistent fire damage and just go and hug somebody.
Oh,
Dude,
I think the players would hate me because they would persistent fire somebody, and I go, he goes to grapple you, and they go, what?
It interacts to grab you.
Nah. I would love that, dude. Like, cause the moment I catch on fire, I'm like, DM, I'd like to hug my enemy. By the way, I have that belt of fire giant strength and proficiency in athletics.
I'm coming for you.
This ain't gonna be pretty for either one of us.
I hold them tightly. I squeeze until their spine breaks.
You will hate me. But at the end of this, you will learn to respect me.
You don't have to like me, but you will respect me.
Bzzz. I could see that. I could fuck with that, actually.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Because I definitely see some player being like, for the giggles, DM.
Or
Hug the stone
or the
giant.
Ellie giggle.
I go, well, the stone giant's on fire now, but it grabbed you. So it's now
How
going to
does this make you
hurl
feel?
you over the cliff.
Did you enjoy this?
Gulp.
Did you learn? No? Let's do it again.
Lamp oil. Rope. Bomb.
Me sitting back, and what have we learned as I look to the party laid out on the ground, smoldering? Not to hug at the whole Nothing. Everybody's
No,
back at full
nothing's
hit points.
accurate.
Pouch of salt. This
Could be like nullifying salt or something like that, or null salt nullifies the effects of lightning stuff.
I like the idea of like a plasma ball, maybe. Like a
Go
little
on.
glass, like a little glass ball that you grab. All the electricity goes inside of it. It's got like a rudimentary rune in it or something, and then it just cracks the glass and disappears, and all the electricity's gone.
Also cool.
Dang it.
Fuck, that's fantasy, dog.
What if we use the salts for something else?
Like curses.
Oh,
Keep demons at bay.
that's pretty good.
DM, I would like to take the bug assault, the
The
thing that
bug
kills
assault.
flies, and shoot the
Oh,
shoot the
hell
fiend
yeah.
with it.
You go, what's that brightly colored weapon in your hand? And you go, death. And then you shoot him in the chest.
She's like, ah!
Oh, it's in my skin. It's like, yes.
It's in my fucking eyes!
Yeah,
That's
my
the
cast
point.
Dragon's Breath. You go, I don't think that spell's in Pathfinder. You go, no, not the spell.
Rax,
As you load in.
Benelli.
God, the idea of like a sea dragon that has a breath attack that's just salt.
Salt
Oh.
water.
Dude,
Damn.
dude,
sick.
imagine getting fucking destroyed by some like
That's
Linnorm
embarrassing,
or whatever
honestly.
that sprays you with seawater, knocks you prone or whatever, and then he summons lightning elementals.
Yeah, that seems like something a dragon or a Linnorm would do.
Yeah, some dragon shit right there.
Like you're now like soaked. And it's like, DM, what's soaked do? I'm like, I'm glad you asked.
I'm glad you asked.
The
Smile.
the lightning elemental is gonna show you.
Give me a hug. Please.
What do we call it? What'd you call it? A plasma what?
Plasma globe.
Hear me out. The plasma globe, it's just like kind of like a glass orb, but when the lightning or stuff is when the electricity is like contained within it, it's like one of those things that you get at Spencer's where you put your fingers on it and it just like.
That's exactly what I was
That
thinking.
is the plasma globe.
There it
That's
is.
exactly what I'm talking about.
Nice.
Except you're putting the energy
So-
in instead of playing with it.
So now you have not only did you get rid of your lightning blight, but now you have a cool thing you can put on your desk.
It's really neat.
I show up to the next merchant. I'm like, dude, I got this cool thing if you want it.
What the fuck is that?
There's another thing called a crackle tube,
Oh, crap.
which does the same thing essentially.
Hmm.
Oh,
So,
boy, there was an
cool
all-world
ideas for
maintenance.
names.
I love all-world maintenances.
The what?
There was an all-world maintenance yesterday.
Ah,
Yeah, maybe if you played Final Fantasy 14, you'd know that.
I would love to. It takes so much fucking time.
Yeah, it does, but like, maybe if you knew.
They are also called plasma lamps as well. If you
Hmm.
wanted to find something with a bit more lamp-like imagery.
Lamp.
Lame.
DM, are you gonna add a moth race to your setting?
I don't know. I know Kieran would be all over that, but Also,
I'll tell you.
Go on.
I'll tell you right now. I distinctly remember the Halloween I was a kid. We needed to do characters in one of DM's games. Like we need to do the Moth Twins.
Moth twins.
Yeah, Moth Twins.
Question: would they be medium creatures? Because
Large
rules is
creatures.
written, you can kind of already do that with the beastkin. But if you want it to be a moth, you could be an awakened moth. But you'd be
No.
tiny.
No. We don't want to be unawakened moth. We want to be moth people.
In that case, beastkin is what you want. Either that or the Yaogwai.
I want to be a moth person, and then every now and again, I have this annoying habit of I go up to my fellow compatriots' clothes and I kind of just chew on
Just,
them. I'm like, damn, this shit good, bro.
Is this cotton?
God damn. Ooh, mixed
Merino
fibers.
wool?
Tears off a
God
huge
damn.
chunk of their tunic.
Just rips it off.
It's like he just goes up to, oh, this is silk. Oh, are you next? Yeah, just suddenly, oh.
Oh, I'm good. I don't gotta eat anything.
You guys need silk.
What's up, Legion? I like Lancer's Egregarian. What the hell was that?
What?
I don't know.
That was a legacy type camera.
I
They're
have
moth
no
people.
idea.
Oh, I know what it is.
Kind of. They look very alien, though. Very alien.
That's kind of cool.
They do be looking dope.
Hey, librarian, what's going on? I'm currently making some homebrew items for Pathfinder. We just got done making a bunch of redoing the healing elixirs and healing potions, and then I'm making some quick action items for persistent damage. And we just got done making the treated bandages, the burn salves, the anti-venoms, and a plasma globe, because I found out in Pathfinder anything could be persistent damage.
GM, I'm exhausted. Persistent damage.
Yeah, that's me giving you fatigue.
Hello.
Hello. Go on then, ask a question.
Okay. Do you happen to want to have reactive images that are more serious and less, little guy?
Oh, do I want like an actual reactive image that isn't just a blurbo?
Yeah, that's I guess for all of the people on the call.
That's a lot.
Wait,
Well,
what?
Well, not yet, not now. Just asking.
I mean, I'd love a super serious reactive image. That'd be cool.
Mhm.
I don't know about the others though. You'd have to ask them.
What would be the theme of because I'd probably change the overlay as well.
You want to change the overlay too?
Well, yeah,
Dude.
doesn't match it wouldn't match the aesthetic then. If you guys are like super serious and like the overlays like little for little guys, for little blorbos.
Dude, can my little like dinosaur guy, but his blorbo, instead of dress up as Dr. Robotnik, can be dressed up as Shadow the Hedgehog?
Well, first of all, that's still a little guy. I was asking if he wanted to be like a serious one. Like, do you want to be?
Yeah, dude, I take Shadow the Hedgehog very serious.
I think you showed some bear character that you were drawing before. I'd rock
that
some
was
shit like
Chaos.
that.
Oh, okay.
Or wait, by serious, do you mean like a photorealistic T-Rex?
Not photorealistic. More like
Just a PNG.
It's that meme where it's like, can't you take this seriously? And then it's
just a photorealistic bear.
too serious.
Yeah, dude. I want a photorealistic T-Rex.
I guess by serious, I mean more like what I did for the CIC crew, like actual characters instead of like little cartoon guys.
That'd be cool.
That would be cool.
Okay. Just occurred to me when I was driving.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Dangerous.
A dangerous game.
I'm just saying. I'm still pushing for just the realistic T-Rex, but he's dressed up like Shadow the Hedgehog. That's what I'm saying.
Oh my god.
When you say dressed up like Shadow the Hedgehog, he doesn't wear clothes.
I mean,
leans into the camera. Exactly.
You heard him.
Exactly. All he
Just shoes.
So remember,
Just a sensor bar.
If you
Just
don't,
shoes
if you
and
don't,
an
just
AK.
remember shoes, and gloves. Also has
Oh,
power
true.
limiters. And
Yeah, he do be
pump
having
action
rings.
MP5. It's pump action MP5.
So we want a dinosaur, one of the most dangerous reptiles to ever grace this planet, with a gun, shoes, gloves, and rings.
And
on
the,
each.
and the Chaos Emerald. Maybe
And
a
the
Chaos
Chaos
Emerald.
Emerald.
Chaos control.
Of course.
Well, remember, his arms are so
Red
small, it's
stripe.
gonna make it hard to use the gun.
Nuh-uh, because it'll be a pump action MP5.
True.
A pump action MP5. How the fuck
Dude.
does that work?
So in the intro for Shadow the Hedgehog, when he's being all edgy and looking down on the
Oh,
city,
that's right.
he has an MP5,
Yeah.
but it's a pump
He
action
does.
MP for whatever
Forgot
reason.
about that.
Real shit.
Yeah.
Look it up. Look up the intro to Shadow the Hedgehog. You will
Look
see what
it
I
up.
mean.
It is real.
It's a pump action MP5. It's because
Yeah.
like when they asked about it, it's like, oh yeah, when they were storyboarding for it, they're like, yeah, we didn't know how guns worked, so just assume that's how it worked in
Nice.
America. Ugh. And the guy who like did the actual like thing was like, I mean, hey, I just did what they paid me to do.
Wild.
Vital, I would say if you were gonna do anybody as like a super sick model, Cheats would probably have like Cheats would be like that in between, to have like really cool like moving parts like her legs, but then also having like the rest of it be like her body. I wouldn't be so vain as to say Marius, because Marius is like just a straight up fucking mech, and that's a lot of moving parts.
To be fair, right? You could do Marius, but you remove like the top part and you remove his upper clothing. There you go. Easy.
Whoa.
So some,
It's just a
His
thirst
upper
trap.
clothing. Ooh.
like tasteful damage. Tasteful
Okay.
damage.
Tasteful damage.
Hear me out.
Amazing.
We go back
boy.
to DOA, but the little icons are just like zoomed in pictures of their face, but the rest of the picture is a thirst trap. But just nobody knows. It's like, hey, why are they making that face? Like, oh, it's it's just a very emotional face, and it's really tough. And then meanwhile, the rest of the image is just fucking, fucking total thirst trap.
I'm just imagining reading your fucking message, Vital. I'm just imagining Marius in his workshop, fucking rubbing his hands together, and then he hits the fucking muling pose, like brings a finger up, his prosthetic finger brings it up, then gestures to his jawline.
So,
That's so fucking funny.
I hate that.
God,
That's so
that's
dumb.
so dumb.
Yeah, I would say
You should feel
Cheats. Cheats would be a pretty cool model to rig and everything like that. Just because she has like really cool like cybernetic legs. Although, with how Vanya and Gareth are right now, with their super sick armor, then I made. You together as brothers? Hell yeah!
Not to be vain, but
I mean, I literally made most of the stuff into putty, so it's like whatever.
Not to be vain, but make my shit.
Literally.
They look pretty fucking cool, is what I'm saying.
Pretty cool.
Pretty fucking awesome.
Pretty heckin' awesome. Oh boy.
I even have their reference pictures still for what their gear looks like.
That's cool.
I even got the write-ups for them still too. Because they gave me like basically creative liberty with their characters to make outfits for them. I was like, I shall do so.
I don't want to do a room veil DM.
You'd make a fucking Vital. That would be insane. Making even just one of them is still super fucking cool. Well, I didn't make anything for the dragon raccoon. Actually, she's a devil. I think she has devil wings. She doesn't have dragon wings. She has devil wings. She was blessed by like the Book of the Hells or something like that. Hell yeah, Yoshi. Hell yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you got plenty of time, Vital. We still haven't even started like season 3 or anything like that. Season 4? Season 3?
Season 23.
I want to say season 3.
Oh boy. We're going to Ul'dah.
Ul'dah? I'm in Ul'dah.
Right now?
Right now. I'm technically outside, but yeah.
Liar!
I mean,
Man,
it's
I
right
load
there.
into Ul'dah for a thing that says hand over your toes. I hate it here. I hate this place.
Hello for your what?
It says hand over your toes. I hate this place.
Oh. Well,
I hate Balmong. Why did Beta convince me to make a character here?
well, you could always come to Marlboro.
Sorry, I don't smoke.
But you might be right, Vital. We might be on season 4. I think we started season 3 at the crypt.
Yeah, that sounds right.
We're in it. We're in it. That's all I know. We're in it.
We're deep.
We going to Goldsmith Guild.
Yeah, because season 1 was.
Going down deep.
Well, actually, I want to avoid spoilers. So, I won't say that. What I will
Wait.
say
What
is that
up?
I'm running away.
Oh,
What?
Because it's nearly 5 a.m. and your boy's got to pass out or
what do
something.
you mean? We got Vintage Story to do next.
But I really want to. I really do. But 4 hours.
It's
is
spring
the
now.
minimum.
It's spring now.
Lore,
I'm aware.
Lore, let me ask you a question. Why have you decided to?
Time to
Why
wake
haven't
up.
you? Why haven't you joined the village, Lore?
I kind of here's the problem.
What?
We set up the server, and I was front and center quartermaster. I made sure everybody had what they needed. I made sure that everything was, like, the base materials were always topped up, and I was very, very good about keeping the inventory. And then I logged off one day, and I came back, and everything was gone.
Correct.
And I was
Ooh.
like, what happened? And Utopia informed me that people tried, keyword here, tried to kill a dragon using all the resources that I had accrued for the entirety of the village, leaving me with, quote, fuck all. So I was like, huh. And then I found out immediately after that there was this plan to, like, make a bunch of A-frame houses across the river. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll just make my own thing then. And I did. And it worked tremendously well. But now I'm fucking lonely. And like your boy at the equator, I was like, maybe I should rejoin. So I started hanging out and going quarrying and eating pie and scrambled eggs. And then I realized, yeah, this could be nice. But I fear that I will one day log off. And when I log in, everything will be gone again.
Nah, that's not gonna happen. Not
The
this
only
time.
way, the only way I'm
Shush.
fucking moving is if Jory decides we're restarting, and at that point, I'm killing him.
Well, I mean, honestly, I would restart just because I don't mind that sort of stuff. But I've moved away fucking long way away. I'm in a desert right now.
Wait, what? You
Oh,
moved again?
I posted. I haven't moved. I haven't like reset my spawn point.
This guy's
but
just
I'm
Lawrence
very,
of Arabiaing it.
So I'm very, very far away. I went
Wow.
south initially on like an expedition just to like look around, and I found the redwood that people told me was to the south. I went past it and ended up dying very sillily, and I wasn't very happy with it. So I thought, oh, I'll go get my stuff back. So I donned my armor, which is a full set of tin bronze.
Oh my god.
Got the garbs, got the piece, got the weapons, and I was like, right, expedition numero dos. Went off again, and my signature lack of direction sense got me lost at some point. I never saw the redwood, and eventually I found a desert, and I was like, where am I? And I looked around.
I've never seen a desert. I have never seen a desert ever.
This was the first one I saw. So I was stumbling around in the sand, copper everywhere, by the way. And I decided, like, right, it's been 3 days since I started this expedition. I'm lost as fuck. I'm going to set up shop for the night. So I make a little sand house, if you want to call it that. And when the sun rises and I get out of my little sand house, I take a look to the right, and about 50 blocks away is a colossal settlement. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Settlement?
A colossal manor house in ruins. And it turns out it has a name, and it's called the Death House.
Oh, it's Curse of Strahd.
Let me tell you, brother. Bedrooms galore. Every bedroom had fineries in it, like clothing. So your boy's dripped out of his mind right now. If I die in style.
Holy shit.
So, but it's a whole ass dungeon, and I'm just basically spending my time rebuilding the basics, like making an anvil and stuff, so that I can go and explore that. Because, well, first things first, I need to make a map. And there's no animals in the desert. So I'm on the verge of starvation all the time, and trying to stabilize enough to make a map or a sextant so I can record the chords.
Holy fuck.
Hear me out.
I'm on a serious mission right now.
Hear me out. I look towards Metal and the other psychos in the server. Let's build a canal towards.
Dude, we're building a canal
Hey, here's
east
the
right
problem.
now.
I can tell you to go south, but I can't tell you for how long, because at some point I didn't anymore, and I went either west or east, and I can't tell you when or how or why.
Oh man, dude, we still have to build that last part of that canal.
Do it. Yeah, now you got to do it without the ice, so good luck.
Oh, we have to do it without, because we're spoiled on like the demolition charges. Man, I wish we had more of those. They're
What's
so
the materials?
good.
I assume it's saltpeter, because that's all that Utopia
Saltpeter,
talks
yeah,
about.
and we don't have any saltpeter.
Just take the saltpeter from my house.
Oh, Josh said he made more bombs.
Oh, did he?
Kind of far
You know what?
away, so-
You know what, chat? Stream over.
Before you end the stream, let me at least put these notes up, because at the very, very start, I made a couple of notes on the stress mechanic. So let me just put them in the text chat, so you've at the very least got those.
Dude, I can't wait to enjoy spring, dude.
Rational might be too strong on a martial. Maybe apply the confusion condition. Abusive could be distress plus effects of the Bane spell. Could be less or one.
Yeah, because I think it was like a disadvantage on attacks or something like that, and obviously we don't have that. So, well, we do, but that would be damning in Pathfinder.
Oh
Or
yeah,
Bane.
like God, what the fuck is it called? Like fortune and
Misfortune. Yeah. So if you did Bane, specifically Bane, if somebody else was casting Bless, it would try and counteract the Bless. So yeah, I like the visual idea of like somebody's trying to bless the party, but there's some guy just shouting profanity, and it's stopping the cleric from doing their job. Or you could just have it as a -1 instead. Fearful's easy. We have a frightened condition. Nice and easy. Hopeless. My thought pattern here was you can't be a hero and hopeless, so it just turns off hero points.
oh,
That could be juicy. Masochistic is you gain weakness to all damage equal to your level, so it scales with you. Vigorous, you gain fast healing, which is basically healing at the start of each of your turns, unless you're unconscious, so it doesn't get you up again. And a stats bonus to your initiative, which is very, very good. And focused is a +2 on your attack rolls, and you gain a hero point when you roll it, which I thought was pretty cool. But
that'd be sick.
I know before you had it where everybody around you gets advantage on their attacks, you could just make it a +2 on attack rolls to everybody nearby.
That's dope.
But that would be very, very strong. And we do have, just on the quirk bit there, because I noticed you had quirks written down, but I think you mentioned before that you never actually made them. So we do have 2 things that you could use potentially in Pathfinder. One's called the Hero Point deck, and this is an alternate version of Hero Points where instead of granting Hero Points, you give people cards, and the cards have special abilities on them. So a quirk, a positive quirk, could be that you gain a Hero Point card, and this is all in the compendium. There's also the critical hit and critical fumble decks, where if you get a natural 1 or a natural 20 on an attack roll or spell or anything like that, you might get a critical hit or a critical fumble, again in the compendium. If somebody gains a negative quirk, you might have it where the next time they make an attack, you draw from the critical fumble. And they have the effects of the critical fumble, or something similar. Basically what I'm trying to say is that we have stuff available if you want to use it as aids for your brewing.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's tons of stuff to look at and play with.
Hell yeah. I think the stress system is probably going to be the easiest to build.
Yeah, I do think apart from those notes I made there, you can 1-for-1 it without any issues. With obviously like rewording the little things and changing
Nice.
the mechanics to Pathfinder mechanics. But yeah, I think you can 1-for-1 it.
Yeah, the biggest one that I was afraid of or was going to have to rework entirely was Irrational, because Irrational is the worst affliction to get.
100%. Yeah, 100%. Attacking allies in Pathfinder. I mean, imagine if you attacked Eridan.
That's exactly what my mind went to. Was you
Sudden
charging,
charge.
and fucking exploding Eridan in one hit.
Yeah, crit, massive damage rolls, Eridan's dead. So that's it.
That would be
To
awkward.
avoid that, or the bear, she could one-shot the bear.
Okay, but that'd be kind of funny though.
That would be fucking funny. But you never want a situation where a player has ended up losing control of their character and then killing another character. That's nightmare fuel. So maybe using the confused condition, which is a very, very vague condition that has a sort of agreement between the players and the GM, where it's like, hey, no one's your friend. Or like one thing that you could do for abusive, or like all the other ones where it's like you can't be affected by ally stuff. There are states of emotion that you can have with other people. You can look them up in the compendium if you wish. Where it's like helpful, friendly, unfriendly. And if you're unfriendly, it means that people can't interact with you as an ally. So if you have a spell that says target ally, they're not your ally anymore. So
Nice. Stress is
there's
gonna.
a bunch
I'm
of
gonna
cool
like building
things.
stress. I'm gonna like
Stress is
building
gonna be
stress in
dope.
Pathfinder.
I'm going to try and be there for it as well so I can offer assistance.
Hell
So,
yeah.
But yeah, I'm about to go pass out, so I hope everybody has an absolutely wonderful day. I don't want to be in winter again the next time I boot up with a vintage story. So
Don't
play
worry.
too
What do you mean?
hard.
You're in the desert.
Yeah.
You're in the desert. Where's that matter?
Yeah, what does it matter,
To be fair, the lowest I saw it was 0 degrees, and I can still grow potatoes in 0 degrees. So,
Dude, we've been at like -20 for the past week, dude.
I was right there with you, and then I was like, I'm moving.
You know, there is some part of me is like, what if he did restart?
Here's the thing.
Oh, dude, if we
Oceans.
reset, I couldn't play anymore, man. I don't want to. I couldn't.
I've been watching Stella because Stella's just done a reset, and she's had this. They've got like an island start, and they've just been using just maritime vessels to move around and explore the lands in different cardinal directions. And I mean, she's had a great time from what I can tell. Just absolutely loving it. Obviously, Better Ruins from Go is huge. And I mean, they're playing with a billion mods. We're not, minor differences. But I mean, honestly, with all the knowledge that we've gotten, I've basically restarted from scratch 3 or 4 times already on the server just by going on my little expeditions. So I could honestly totally see us just restarting. I know a lot of people would probably quit or fold, and that's very unfortunate. But honestly, I don't see the problem. I think starting from scratch, you'll be exactly where you are, if not better, in no time whatsoever.
All the struggle
With the
would
knowledge
have
that
been
we've
for
gained.
naught.
Yeah, but the struggle, I mean, it's all for naught anyway. We're playing a video game.
No, the
So
struggle
here-
would have been for naught.
Here's my thing, Rousey. I kind of want to, because I love the hold on, because I love the idea of us getting boats and going and
Yeah.
raiding stuff.
Dude, the oceans would be sick. Imagine it. Just on one half of the monitor, water, and on the other half, forest. Your little A-frame ting on the hill. You go down the hill to the docks, and you're off.
That sounds nice, but like, I unfortunately have this habit when it comes to, especially games like these, where like I don't like feel like my time was wasted.
I
Brother,
feel that.
you didn't waste
If
your
you wanna
time.
talk
We made
about-
memories.
Yeah,
it's
we
about
did.
the
We
fun
did.
along
We
the
did.
way.
It is true.
You should have
But
made the canal straight, and now we don't have to reset. You know what I mean?
But my
if you
problem
just
is
made
like,
it plumb,
like we have the memories, and I love the memories. But I also do
Fire
kind of
dragons and
value
shit.
the effort we put in. And like resetting to me just feels like it would just be like, all right, well,
throwing it all
all
away,
that
sort of
effort
thing.
you put in doesn't matter anymore. We're starting over. And I don't know. I don't like the idea of that. It's just not fun to me. I feel like my time is wasted.
My time is
Mm.
I
valuable.
could feel that. I do feel that way. I think a lot of Yoshi's crew as well feel the same way. But at this, I think, how would you feel if rather than resetting the server, you all just picked up as much as you could carry and moved to the equator? What's the difference, is I guess what I'm asking.
I mean, the difference with that would be is we already have a bunch of supplies that we could. I mean, we already got this big ass canal going. We got a boat. We already have a bunch of already made supplies that would kind of
So
cut out.
Starting
a
with
lot of-
a couple of hours worth of supplies is all it takes
It's
to
not just
separate.
it's not just a couple hours worth of supplies. This is something we've been doing for like the past couple weeks now.
Brother, I can
What
tell you
takes
right
runs and
now,
by?
I could rebuild those homes in a fucking heartbeat.
I mean,
100%.
yeah, it's fine. You're rebuilding the homes, but just like all the other shit that we did, all the supplies and stuff that we're literally building a
The
canal
towers, I will
to
admit.
do more shit for.
Yeah, but
And here's another thing. I put too much effort into moving those pigs.
That's fair.
No
That's
truth.
100%
shot.
fair.
The truth.
That's what it is.
It's not just that. It is not just that.
The pigs
But-
did it.
But man,
Do we not
we
think...
put in a lot of effort to move those damn
The
pigs.
Here's
Those
the thing, though,
motherfucking oinkers.
I do believe there is a point here that may have been missed, though. The fact that you have to move those pigs, the fact that you're digging this canal, is all inherent problems that we should have solved at the start but didn't, and now have to work around.
I don't have a leg in this race, but I will say I think part of that time spent is learning.
100%.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah,
None of us know
absolutely.
what to do during the end game yet. None of us have touched iron. You know what I mean? I don't know if Crown single player game, if you've got to the iron
No,
stage
I've,
yet.
I've
but-
only been playing the multiplayer.
but
Like, here's the thing.
the map is...
Here's the thing.
Like,
If
I would fight Jory for a mini map.
if we reset, I would be fine because I'm still playing with my friends. That's the big thing. And it would be more of an adventure to go along with my friends again, to have them help me build the house instead of everybody logging in and then I've built all the houses for them.
It does feel a bit that way for me too, because like the first week we had less than a week realistically, we had that first little ruin that we made. What's a ruin now? And then I moved away and I made my absolutely gorgeous home.
My beautiful.
And you guys went and made those A-frames. When, like, how it doesn't feel very natural for me to like join the community again because I wasn't there to build it with you guys. And I guess that's maybe just my thing. Honestly, I would nuke the world for fun. I'm that kind of guy. But
I can't tell you
I
the
think it
amount of
would be-
single player worlds I've restarted to get to the one that I'm at now.
I've done one single player world for 4 hours and then I stopped because multiplayer was more important in my opinion.
Correct.
But
I got the bronze
yeah,
and I was like,
100%
I miss
agree.
my friends.
Yeah, I mean, I was the
Oh,
same. I found some copper and I was like, yeah. I think the game would be, I mean, that first few hours of gameplay when you're getting the settlement started, you're making like the roles where everybody's like doing stuff and contributing. That's the golden hour of content for me. And I feel like I missed that, unfortunately, because I split from the party. But honestly, I could rejoin now and I'd be absolutely fine. Because we're sort of not even mid-game yet. We need to get iron.
Correct.
We haven't done any of the dungeons yet. Nobody, I think, has spoken to a trader properly. So it turns out, by the way, the traders have all of the content.
Yeah.
If you trade a tin bronze pickaxe with a trader, they'll tell you where the first dungeon is.
Hmm.
Yeah, the
Huh.
first story dungeon. I did not know that until today. So, note to the people, speak to traders. They are the plot. If you want to get any sort of ride as well, like if you want to have an elk that you can ride upon, you have to speak with the traders after doing that first dungeon. So it's a whole thing. But yeah, I do look forward to whatever we do with Vintage Story. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Nuke it, don't nuke it, doesn't matter. But like Crown said, it's all about playing with friends. And on that note, I'm gonna pass it.
Oh, that was so sappy. I'm gonna throw up.
Wow,
Right.
why did you look like the asshole,
Oh.
guys? Okay.
I like to wrap it. I like to wrap my VCing.
Fucking
make
pushes
me look like the
Rozzy down.
asshole.
You
Jesus.
idiot.
Rosie
That was so sappy.
should have made it.
But you know what? That's
plum.
fine. I'm gonna put rock blasting bombs in your house on the lake and then make a bay. I'm gonna make a bay. That's what I'm gonna do.
You can take my saltpeter if you want. That'll be my
I want
apology.
your
You can
fucking
take all
smelly
of my
saltpeter.
saltpeter.
I don't want it. I don't even know who
Hey,
Peter
Peter.
is. I
Amazing.
don't know who Peter.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
Rest
Touch you
well,
guys.
rest well.
Bye.
All
You
right.
fucking believe that asshole?
Yeah, because I agree with them.
Nah, I will slaughter you both.
Listen, I don't have any power to restart the server or anything like that. So, like, it's not bound by my whims. I know Jory held a vote, and I think the majority is to not reset. I personally think resetting and getting a better starting point would allow us to basically get back to the same point that we are now, even quicker. And if there's an ocean, if there's stuff like that, it's like, I don't know, it just feels a little bit more whimsical, I guess. But again, the majority said to stay, so I'll stay.
Good.
Unless.
No,
I'll be
unless, I
honest.
mean, I just want to add more mods is the other thing too.
I mean, that would be nice.
Like, I want to add the actual river mods. Like, there are actual full flowing rivers that start at points and all connect to an ocean. I want that because they have like
That's a
currents and
mod?
stuff. Yeah, dude. It's I want plains and valleys as a mod because it gives you these long, beautiful stretches of valleys that are like scenic as fuck. And then if you put rivers in there, oh, it's so good. Those are the two mods that I wish Jory would have added.
I do wish there was dinosaurs.
Same, dog. Like, I want to be out there on a boat and see a fucking mosasaurus like ravage my vessel as I'm trying to get home with the copper. And it's just you on the side of the boat with the auto crossbow, like shooting into the ocean. Like, that's what I fucking want.
I want to crest over the hills of a tundra and just be faced with a fucking saber-toothed tiger.
Yeah, dude, some snow-covered fucking like saber tooth that's been hunting us. I feel if we restart, each person should be allowed to choose one item to spawn. I agree. Brother, I'd be fully okay with spawning everybody like copper tools basically off the rip. put like 5 times durability on, give everybody copper tools, give everybody hunter backpacks, and be like, all right, off you go.
Off you go. I look at the DM, give me a repeater carbine.
You get 10 bullets.
Kill everyone at spawn. All right.
But again, I'll stay until we reach the point where people are like, it kind of sucks. When they realize that the Hope Tower is 14,000 blocks away and our canal goes about 1,000 blocks. And that's about a 2-day travel. So, you know, we'll get there eventually where people go, wait a minute.
Nah.
When it takes 2 months to go to the tower and come back.
Nah, I hope Max, unfortunately.
Nice.
I won't abandon the homestead. I believe.
We're not abandoning the homestead. We're colonizing a new place.
You're abandoning the homestead.
You have different kind of werewolves? Absolutely.
Werewolves?
Hello, Hale.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Come to give your opinion, have you?
No, I was just popping in to say hello.
No opinions.
None.
Night bro, Bobs.
Dinosaur werefolk? I don't think that's a thing.
Oh, I mean, congratulations, you just subscribed to Sectilly.
I was about to say, yeah, congratulate the lizard folk right there.
You've described Sectilly.
You're gonna have a way funner time playing them than you are some were version of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuance to them. Me and the DM put a lot of love and care into the creation of that species.
Definitely Rozzy. Rozzy definitely came up with a lot of the lore.
I like to imagine it was a team effort from everyone contributing their ideas. It wouldn't have been possible without the DMs.
I helped.
Yes.
I didn't know. No, I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
I did that. Oh my god, Ricky Spanish is in my fucking server. Holy shit.
What?
Do you not know about Ricky Spanish?
What the fuck are you just saying to me?
You know who Ricky Spanish
Why are you whispering?
What is he saying?
What, dude? It's Ricky Spanish.
Stop it!
What is he saying?
It's Ricky Spanish.
I'll kill you!
Y'all know about Ricky
This
Spanish?
has to stop. This can't continue.
Dude, you don't understand. You don't understand.
I really don't.
It's Ricky Spanish.
I feel like we need to beat this guy's ass.
You will not.
I'm gonna call stream there.
All right.
Why don't you guys
Okay,
go ahead
very
and
well.
say goodbye to chat.
Goodbye,
Hello,
chat.
Fare thee well, chat.
Wow, that's crazy. I can't believe
I'm
you
a bit
did
of a
that.
rebel. I'm a bit of a rebel.
I'll be back.
That's wild.
Okay.
All right, bye bye.
Friends, companions, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the stream. That's going to be it for me tonight. I hope that you all have a fantastic night. Hope you take care of yourselves. The next time you will see me will be tomorrow, where I prize my role as Delwyn the Guardian, a life cleric in the Curse of Strahd game who just reached level 6. We just arrived at one of the neighboring towns to Wallaki. So we're going to go see there and see if we can't get Irina somewhere safe. So if you want to see me as a player instead of a dungeon master, you can tune in to the World of Io, ran by Brett Ultimus. After that, we'll be streaming again on Thursday and continuing our path brewing. So expect to see a lot more of the content that you saw today, which is creating content and homebrew items for Pathfinder 2nd Edition. As well, if it is requested of me, or is a thing that is wanted, I might put these things on the Patreon, but there would have to be some ask for it, I guess. So, if you want it, just watch the VOD. It's as simple as that. But yeah, I hope that you all have a fantastic night. Take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. If you haven't called them in a while, call them. I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. And I will see you guys later. Good night, chat.